Hello and welcome. I'm so glad you're here with us today. We are continuing our season of all shows that were pitched by Tom. So again, Tom wants us to revisit the idea of budgeting and how to generate extra income from time to time. I really think most people should try their hand at exploring what is available in side hustles and extra income generation. Even if financially you are like doing fantastic, you never know when you might find a new kind of career field that interests you, or even just a hobby that pays. Isn't that sort of the dream? It is for me. So that is the basic idea of today, is we're, as far as I know, and to help me with this, of course, there's Tom. And this is actually, he's the one running the show. Tom, how did I do on the pitch of today's show?
Yeah, sounds pretty good. As well as, though, the other part I wanted to hit up was budgeting truly in the apocalypse. And this whole don't listen to the media, very much you can tell is controlled at this point by,
billionaires.
Yes, by boomers. And they are trying
I say billionaires, not boomers.
And they're trying to shift the blame.
Yeah.
But the truth is, avocado toast is not bankrupting millennials or Gen Z.
It's ridiculous.
But avocado toast may be one of the few things you have to look forward to every day to kind of help get you going.
Also, it's really good for your body. So why are we poo-pooing delicious, awesome, good for you?
So I wanted to also discuss budgeting for mental health.
Okay.
And mental well-being of, listen to your mind of what it needs.
Okay.
Well,
oh no, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, no, that was most of it. Like, that was just that's why I wanted really to talk about budgeting, was budgeting in the real world, not the fantasy world of the news media. And and my loans are actually being paid off by my parents, so I don't have to worry about those.
Right.
Type deals.
Well, with us to help us also talk about this and share their own experiences and their awesome, cool ideas, because I know that today's guests and friends, they are all friends.
Friends of the show. And
friends of us, not just the show. But to help us today also is Laura and Carrie. They are both amazing and definitely like two human adults who have to manage their own money and jobs and so on. So highly qualified.
The struggle is real.
Oh God, honey. Isn't that the truth, though? The struggle is really real. Thank you both for coming today and sharing your cool ideas and your experiences. And probably, I suspect, we will at a certain point get into pep talks. It'll just be, we'll just be all pepping each other up of like, it's okay, you're doing a great job. Like, nobody can do better in this kind of like apocalypse anyway. That sort of thing.
Also, I wanted to discuss I don't know how to put it, but, I'm sure people will find this insulting, but people even in their late 20s are still, in my head, new adults. Like, you're still becoming adult. You're still figuring out the ins and outs. And just because budgeting once failed doesn't mean you should never get back on the bike.
Yes.
The budgeting is just like, getting over an addiction. We all fail a whole bunch in a row before we can actually start pedaling and get the bike going. It's fine.
I think also because neurodivergent, it can be a bit more difficult to find the right budgeting approach that works for each person. So
And
I
I mean,
think there's that. Like, and I'm speaking from a place of ADHD. Like, I cannot tell. I think, like, I know for a fact I have really committed in my life to 30 different types of budgeting.
Yeah.
And have only found 2 or 3 that I could sustain for more than 3 months.
I mean, Kat definitely is a case in point.
Yes, I noticed. I thought, yeah, I noticed that Kat went, yeet.
Bye.
But I can honestly really relate to that too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, in my 20s, I had a serious emotional aversion to budgeting and to, well, not even the budgeting. The budgeting didn't intimidate me as much as the checking the bank account and not feeling crappy.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, it was worse than getting on the scale. So I had because, like, definitely family of origin stuff, I had so many built up value judgments about managing my own finances. And even when I was doing it pretty well and I wasn't overdrafting or anything like that, I still felt such tremendous stress just checking my bank account online or calling in. Do you know how old I am? I used to have to call in to the bank and hear in order as a machine read out to me every transaction over the last 20 transactions or something, and have to compare that to my check register. So long ago, it was called the late 90s. I do not miss
And they
that
would
at all.
charge you every time.
Oh yes, they charge you every time you called. And I would feel so much stress and anxiety and pre-shame. Can I call it pre-shame? It was like shame, but nothing in particular, just shame of, I'm going to mess it up. Of course I'm going to mess it. So I'd already start beating myself up before I'd even listened to or went and checked the online, check register for my bank account. I would just feel shame ahead of time, even though, I had been trying to be good about managing my money and not overspending and only spending what I know I had and not like making little frivolous purchases. I was trying all of that and I still would feel shame before logging in. So
Yeah.
I definitely can relate. I'm definitely not, this is not a finger pointing episode. This is
No, this is we're going to discuss the literal dozens of ways we have come up with to budget. And so far, what's come to the closest approximation of functional. Because welcome to predicting the future. Ain't none of us that great at this point. This future is wild.
You're not kidding. It is wild.
And so it's we're all doing our best, and that's kind of what I want to get to is, I mean, it is, a pep talk episode.
As well as a resource episode.
Yeah.
But yes, since you all are here, and I know a little bit of your backgrounds, I am pretty much planning to just sit back. Call me when you need me. I'll be here.
Call me
Bye.
I know you all are so qualified to talk about this.
Spence is here already, just getting into the therapy session.
Truly,
and if you can't pay your rent and groceries in the same paycheck, you're not allowed to not have a budget.
Yeah.
And even then, you need a budget to tell you when to pay the rent.
Mood.
That's
Maggie
what I
here.
do with my credit card ledger. I have a few things that automatically come out. So I have an Excel sheet, and it's like I've got it for the next, I don't know, several months, because I'm trying to see how much I'll have for my trip.
Mm-hmm.
And so I automatically have stuff figured in, and then I just put in when I get paid and if I do spend something else, or fingers crossed book sales come in next month.
So I use YNAB, which is an app to budget.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Goodness. Is it allergy season? It might be. He's got more. The chamber's been loaded, I can tell. By the way, just for the record, mostly for Tom to know, I am having problems getting YouTube to show our show on the TV for both the Roku app and the Fire Stick. So we may have people who are having to watch on the replay if they can't get it to show on their TV apps. So just a quick warning on that.
Okay.
Just to be aware. I don't know what's happening. Now, okay. Fire Stick needed a moment to pull itself together. I had entirely leave the app and then come back in to get it to play.
Fan the embers of the Fire Stick.
Like, just send it to the darkness. I believe in this.
That's right. Fire Stick is less feisty than Roku.
It is. However, anyway, I'm not going to say anything good about Roku. I don't want to say anything good about Fire Stick either, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, they're both just welcome to companies are evil. We live in that, cyber tech future.
But yeah, I use YNAB. I tried to use Mint, but it was having issues hooking up with my bank. I don't know if because I'm in Canada or it was just an internet issue. But yeah, so usually those have a free trial period where you can see if it gives you anxiety or if it lessens your anxiety, to know that it's automatically inputted. You just have to sort them and say, this one is groceries, this one is rent, this one is fund money, this one is pet insurance, stuff like that. So, and once you've sorted it once, usually it's pretty good at remembering this store is for this category. So it's pretty good at pre-sorting, which is nice. But, yeah, so I would definitely use the trial just to see before you fork out like $100 for a year. So
yeah, online budgeting ones are notorious for they'll work fine with most American banks. Not always some like mine, which is a credit union. Sometimes they can find it. Sometimes they're like, we don't know what you're talking about. That doesn't exist. Like, I got a routing number.
My parents have a credit union, and YNAB works for them.
But I mean, always
no,
check
like
them out
like we're in Mississippi. I swear these credit unions do not know how to register correctly. Like, no,
they're now it's now in the system, but I think like they've registered. Like this is the third time they finally got it all set up correctly.
However, like it is nice, like with these local credit unions, to be able to just go to them and go, "Hey, it won't show up," and they're like, "Okay, let me contact the company that we're registered through." And to actually speak to real human beings who then know how to find real human beings. I mean, there are benefits.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. It's like, my budget's super simple. Bills come out of the first paycheck and rent is divided among the rest.
Yeah.
When I was first living independently, I was very fortunate to have a property manager that I was paying who was absolutely fine with me paying twice a month the rent, and having it split up. And in fact, it was the first 2 apartments I lived in. Both times the apartment manager was totally fine with me paying half of the rent. Both of these were paid ahead of time. So it was easier for me to pay half of my rent out of my first paycheck out of the month and half of my rent out of the second paycheck out of the month. And essentially both property managers were the ones keeping track, even though I was always paying. And it was very nice to essentially have these lovely ladies who were very sympathetic to, hey, I'm 19 and I am trying to keep track of these things, and it would make it easier if I didn't have to save up my money in my bank account each month till it's rent time. Can I just pay early and it not throw your stuff off or anything? And they were always like, oh, absolutely, that's totally fine, we'll work with you. And they really did. In fact, like both different apartments, it was different years. They even like caught me when I paid an extra, like, you know, some every once in a while, if you're getting paid every 2 weeks, there's a third paycheck in the month.
Yep.
And you know me, I'm just gonna every paycheck just write out a check. And you know, they caught when I had essentially overpaid. And they were the ones to like let me know very quickly of, hey, you overpaid, but they had, you know, already deposited. So they're like, so look, just do this and you'll be fine. And it was just so nice to have essentially people who were helping me when I was still like getting my budget and bill paying feet. Cause you know, the ADHD.
And versus Maggie has kind of the opposite side of that problem. Where, you know, hubby has bi-weekly paychecks, but bills are due on the 1st and 15th. So sometimes the paychecks come in just after the bills are due. And, you know, again, it's rare to find one budgeting system that'll work for everyone because there's so many different situations for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, just to be honest, my budgeting style, I've had to work on for literal decades. And at this point in time, I also have to now deal with my anxiety, which means the way I do it is I have a main checking account that, you know, the debit card and everything is linked to. But all of my money gets deposited to a separate bank account in the same bank system, so that the bank cannot automatically transfer money over. Like I've tried, and like if you have a savings account, it still automatically transfers over to compensate. There's no way to prevent that. So I have 2 separate bank accounts. And I do this in part because that second one does not have a debit card. It doesn't have a checking account. It's just a savings account on its own. And that way I never have to worry about if someone steals my debit card information, they're going to drain my account, and then what am I going to do with, you know, a month of bills and I don't know how to catch up on? Because I mean, even keeping, you know, the full amount of rent and everything else that comes out that first week makes me nervous to have in my bank account at one time. So I'll just transfer it in all at once, and then immediately that's when I'm paying all my bills of, you know, storage and insurance and all the first of the month bills. You know, it's within hours that bank account is back down to, you know, $100, $200 again, where I prefer it. And like, that's one of the things I've had to do to deal with, you know, my budgeting. Also, that way, if like I'm not in my head keeping correct track of what I'm spending, my debit card will stop working before I've actually run out of money. Because that's another thing that was happening earlier on, was when it was just in the original, you know, checking and savings account, the bank account would empty before I knew other bills and stuff had gone through. And now I've got another week, and what am I supposed to do? So like, that's what I had to work on, was to find one where I could get the correct signals. So like, no, I don't want my bank automatically just covering. And it's like, there's bills coming through that I didn't even authorize. No, that's not mine. You know, again, because debit does not have the same protections as a credit card.
Mm-hmm.
And once that money's gone, it's gone. And they're like, oh, well, you know, that was your mistake. Like, no.
I have my bank send me text messages when my bank account is under a certain amount. And at least because I have my own account separate from our joint account.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't have enough to cover whatever I'm going to spend, it'll decline the card. Because I have such a history of overdrafts.
Yep.
That I needed to put a stop to it. Too many times when Joe and I were dating, I would accidentally overdraft, and being the sweetheart that he is, he'd roll his eyes and he'd pick on me, but he would help me cover it. And I'd be like, thank you, I'll pay you back.
And another thing, also, at least for me as well as help expense, is setting proactive financial goals and not trying to micromanage it to help, to help the most.
Mm-hmm.
So stuff like YNAB and Mint really help you figure out where are you spending your money.
It also helps that you can set goals and categories. So I have a travel category. So if I want to save up to go somewhere, I have that with, if you want to have this much money by then, this is how much you need to save per month. Mm-hmm. And so that helps me with my goals. I have a publishing category in there now. So I can allocate money like, okay, I am saving up to get the last illustrations and to pay the editor. So,
and as the Eva, you have still gets anxious with debit due to the history of overdrafts.
Yep.
I do like though that we now all have computers in our pockets, so at any time I can always go check the account and I can transfer things around, which is why I'm able to do it like this now. Mm-hmm. A decade ago, no, I couldn't have run it this way with two separate accounts, because to go transfer, I'd either have to be home or I'd have to be go to by my bank ATM and do it. And so it's having smartphones does really help.
Yeah.
Depending on your style and need.
I am in a really weird position. I'm in Canada on a work visa. I'm not a citizen. They issued me a credit card when I got here and opened my bank account because I had my proof of work letter and everything. And so I've been here so long, my credit card expired. They couldn't issue a new one. Like, they couldn't issue an extension of okay, here's the next one with the later expiry date. They couldn't do it because it's a work visa. And so they said, okay, just pay it off and we'll open you a new one and it'll be great. And it's like, I can't pay it off right this second. I'm sorry. So it's like, So instead, what I had to do was go to a different bank that actually had this thing called prepaid credit cards. Mm-hmm. So those are a great alternative to credit cards, is you're able to just load money onto it. So you're not having a line of credit, and it'll deny when you are charging too much to it. And it's pretty great.
And that's a good one also for online usage.
Exactly. So this was a Visa, but
especially if the loading fees aren't much.
Yeah.
And really check on the cards, because loading fees vary widely.
Mm-hmm.
See how many you get free per month as well. How many loads?
Yeah.
And for me, I need the conversion fee because I buy stuff in US dollars, but it's charging Canadian account. So
many years ago, how long ago? Our mother was still alive. She did the prepaid visas a lot for us as gifts. Because then she didn't have to hear from us of her terrible gift giving. She really was not good at gift giving. Just nobody needs to know that, but I need to say that. And she would always want us to save our cards, the prepaid Visa cards, so she could just reload them. And that is how we all found out that one time the cards she bought at Walgreens had a $20 reload fee.
Holy cow.
$20 whole dollars. And I was like, what? Because she said, oh, I've reloaded it. I put, she's like, how much you want? I was like, I'd like $60. There was something where it was partly a gift and partly she owed me some money. And she's like, I'll just load it all on there because I liked using the prepaid card since, again, it was a bit of a less stress. I didn't have to worry about, oh, how much do I have in my account? Do I have enough for a $5 coffee? Mm-hmm. And when I went to use it, I think the first place I used it was Walgreens, where it actually would show me on the screen how much my balance was. And I was like, you uploaded the wrong amount. You didn't load enough. It's $20 short. It was only $40. And then, and she was like, no, I did it right. And I showed her my receipt. Cause it had an option on the screen of, do you want your balance to be printed on your receipt? And I'm like, yes, go ahead. Cause I wanted to show Mom. And that was how we, doing digging. She's like, she showed me her bank account where she's like, do you see I loaded $60? And I was like, well, guess what? Only 40 showed up. And going through it, she called customer service, and that's how she found out. These cards looked almost identical to the previous ones we had purchased. Something had happened to my card. Like, I think I had given it to my then husband, and so he had it. So she just bought me another one thinking it was identical, because the upload fee for that was $250. $250 versus $20. And this was late 2000s money. So I think that there has been, I think there's been some reform, at least in America, about the prepaid cards and the fees. But considering the world we live in, don't quote me on that.
Also, speaking of these real quick, another usage of, for our younger viewers, when you're starting out, you don't really have a credit history. And, nowadays, in the modern world, without a credit history, it's hard to get a lot of stuff, even that you're paying ahead or paying
jobs
on.
If you don't have an adequate credit number, there's plenty of regular jobs you will lose out. You essentially won't qualify for, because they'll say things like, if they are actually willing to tell you the truth, HR will say, well, we really prefer to hire people with a credit score of 650 or higher. And it's like, you could have told me. I've done 7 interviews with you. You could have mentioned this at any point, and I would have told you, oh, no, this isn't going to work out because my credit score, is 630 or something. Like, but no. So, and we're not even talking government jobs or something like that, or contractor jobs. Even like customer service jobs. If they ask for your social security number and you have not been officially hired, i.e. you filled out a W-2, they're doing credit checks. And I know that at one point they were trying to make it so that if certain companies were doing credit checks, it wouldn't count against your credit score. However, I would, again, not bet the farm on that, because apparently, let us just say the late 20-teens, all reforms went out the window. So it's something to be aware of anyone who is asking for your social security number and birth date, particularly together. Be very wary of asking, well, what do you intend to do with this? Oh, we're going to do a background check. Now, look, it used to be a background check was simply they would call local law enforcement and simply ask if there's any outstanding warrants. Now a background check involves a credit check. It involves like all sorts of checks. So be sure to ask, what does your definition of a background check involve? Because maybe this job that you are offering me is not actually worth losing a couple points on my credit score for, because I'm not going to take the job at the crap you're offering for pay.
Yeah. But
so it's something to be mindful of anytime anybody's asking you for your social security number and your birth date.
But to that end, that's what I wanted to bring up of, one of the easy ways to build up your credit is, especially when you don't have any, is to just go to a credit union or do some online research and get a secured credit card, which just means you pay ahead, but it counts as a credit card that you're paying off. But essentially, it's always got its full, loan amount, in the bank, in a deposit. And it's a good way to start building up credit. Which, as Gloria just pointed out, can be a determining factor in modern times with jobs.
Yeah, the very first job, it wasn't actually the first job, but it was the first, to me, it was the first real job. I was 18 years old. I got a job in customer service at a Cellular One franchise. I did not know, but what they did was they asked on the form for my social security number and birth date to verify that I was an American citizen, and I gave it, but they did a credit check. And the only reason I knew was about a month later, I got a letter in the mail from Equifax saying that Cellular One, and then and it was Cellular One, aka the franchise name, had requested a credit score on me, and I had none. I had none, y'all. I was 18. But the manager of customer service really liked me. I dressed super cute that day, y'all. I looked so adorable, and I was very bubbly. And so she just was like, it's fine. And they still hired me, even though like I had like no credit score, which was terrible in the late 90s. And I'm like, I'm 18. Why would I have a credit score? I mean, I had been working since I was 14. So I had 4 years of paid on my Social Security, but I had no credit score, or barely a credit score. And it was nowhere in their paperwork that they were doing a credit check, which I pointed out to HR. I don't know that that's legal, or it's definitely not ethical to be doing a credit check when you're not telling people you're doing a credit check. Not everybody wants that.
Oh, they'll just put it in the part where you sign, that you agree to a background check, which may include any of the following.
Well, back then it didn't. Like that, as I said, this was 1998. And that's what I told Karen. Yes, the head of HR's name was Karen. She fit the name, y'all. I'm just gonna say that. And she was like, oh, well, I guess we need to change it. I'm like, you really do. And suddenly they noticed that there was a major drop-off in people filling out the job applications. And I overheard that at Cellular One of like, people fill it out and then they leave. They don't come back. They don't actually turn in their job application. I'm like, it's because of the credit check. They don't want a credit check. Or they know they won't qualify, so they don't want you ruining their credit check. So, I mean, but look, as I said, it was the late 90s. It was before consent was officially recognized as a real thing.
I mean, but also, as Spence points out, there are a lot more options now for them to do soft credit checks.
Yeah, that don't count against your credit.
Where they, instead of seeing the score that's computed, they can just simply see, are there any outstanding debts? It doesn't.
I'm still like privacy. I have issues, but.
Oh, yeah.
But like, think about like, okay, imagine this. It's 1998 and you are going to various places that say they're hiring in the newspaper and you're filling out job applications, it was not unusual. The most we ever did in a week when my roommates and I were looking for a job in 1998, we went to 17 places and filled out job applications in 1 week. Can you imagine if every one of them had done a credit check? Like, yeah. I think Equifax would have been like, can we go negative on these numbers for me since I had no credit score? Like, but I found out, like, when I opened a bank account after I got hired by Cellular One, I went and opened a bank account, and the bank did a credit check on me, and that took my score down even further. They were like, you were 1 point away from us not letting you open a bank account. That's what they told me. I really wish I hadn't opened my bank account there because it turned out to be a terrible bank. But, like, again, I was 18 and I didn't know any better.
Also, if you're opening a bank account, why are they running a credit check? It wasn't even.
I said that, like, you're not giving me credit, are you? And they're like, no, we're not. But we just run it on everybody. Like, again, as I said, this was a terrible bank, and they actually did a lot of things to ruin me financially and made me almost homeless. Like, I would have been sleeping under a bridge with a full-time job at Cellular One at one point because I had my identity stolen and they refused to hot card my debit card when I asked them to. They refused. So, and so I ended up with no money and I couldn't pay rent and I couldn't live there and I didn't even have a car, so I had nowhere to sleep and I was about to be sleeping under a bridge when the assistant at HR took me in and literally let me live rent-free in one of her bedrooms at her house for 2 months. Otherwise, I would have been homeless with a full-time job. Maggie says divorce can ruin credit when one party doesn't remove the other from their debts when it's divided by the court. That is how I had to pay $28,000 of the ex's debt. Money spent on his. Yes, I understand. I had a similar problem, and the only reason why I believe my name was finally removed from the mortgage to the house I did not get in the divorce is because I wrote enough letters to the SBA who had the loan, because I had a Hurricane Katrina loan on that house. And it still took 7 years for them to take my name off of it. 7. Yeah, simply running your credit for a mortgage can disqualify you for one, and that's frustrating AF. I agree. It's absolutely, it's so frustrating.
And again, that's why I wanted to talk about budgeting during the apocalypse and mental health. Yes, you need to make sure in your budget that you're paying the essentials will always get paid. You need that rent. You need
Don't
that
live under a bridge,
electricity.
folks. I promise you, it's not glamorous. I personally can testify to this.
And you need to make sure that water and electricity and preferably internet are paid. Everything else is negotiable for what you need at the time.
You can live 2 weeks without water if you have 5-gallon containers and a friend with the faucets.
And you can spend a month without a phone.
I say that because after Hurricane Katrina, there was more than a couple times where like half the town wouldn't have running water for like more than a week. Look, it's terrible. And I too am not thrilled about it, but you can live 2 weeks without running water. You just need to have at least 2 5-gallon containers and a friend who will let you fill up at their house. And then you fill up every day.
Although that does also kind of remind me of something tertiarily associated with budgeting. If you are not making a lot of money, at least in the U.S., you do qualify for companies like SafeLink. The U.S. Essentially has guaranteed a phone with limited data for everyone. If you know how much, you can still get a phone with data that the government will pay for. Companies like SafeLink and TrueConnect and QLink Wireless. But I mean, I say SafeLink specifically just because we've dealt with them before. They're honestly, in our experience, they were a nice upfront company. Didn't really have much complaints about. But it was that way, you still have a phone. Because it's hard to do a lot of things now without a phone number.
Yeah, you don't have to necessarily be receiving SNAP benefits to qualify either.
Yeah.
You can just be low income, and it's a phone that works in emergencies. It'll work, and I don't mean like emergencies like 911. I mean like just you're in a situation where you need to be able to use a cell phone. So it's not fancy phones, but it is a phone. And like, let us say you commute or your loved one commutes, and maybe they commute across country roads. Having a phone can be the difference between being stranded out in the middle of nowhere and actually being able to call for pickup for help. So there are times where it's just useful to have a simple phone. And you at least have that peace of mind. Also, these phones can receive text messages. And some of the phones, sometimes they'll have an offer where you can actually, it's like a minimal smartphone, but at least you can hook it up to Wi-Fi, any Wi-Fi, and it functions as a regular smartphone. So I believe it's called the Lifeline phone service. I'm like literally looking it up right now.
Yes, Lifeline service program.
There it is. Found the FCC website.
And another thing I would suggest, yes, it is a little bit more techy, but it does help get around some of these problems. Is you can get a free voice number through Google. Just go to voice.google.com if you already have an email address. And you can have that forward to any phone number, including whatever phone you currently have. So, like, say you are not sure, every month if you're going to be using, a Lifeline phone or a paid phone that you're using, or whatever, you can have the same phone number for people to reach you at no matter what by using a Google Voice number. And it's free. They don't charge anything to use within the U.S. and Canada, at least last I checked. Because, again, consistency does help a lot.
Yeah.
So, and earlier, I saw Eva saying that she didn't want to yet transfer her bank accounts because they had so much through autopay, and so they were going to have to redo so many things once, the bank account switch. And so, same thing of who wants to keep switching phone numbers?
So one of the reasons we originally were very interested in the Google Voice numbers, was over a decade ago, was to have a consistent number to put on resumes and job applications, because you can change the phone that it goes to ring. But you have a consistent phone number no matter your finances, even if you have to change phones or you don't.
Or even if you don't have a phone temporarily, it'll still go to voicemail. So you can at least still get, voicemail through that phone. That phone number.
So that was another reason we were very interested in this about a decade ago. Is you could get relatively local phone numbers, and then you have a consistent phone number to put on all your resumes and job applications. And even if you don't have a working phone at that point, you can still check your voice messages or text messages, as long as, you can get internet access, like at the library or at a friend's house, so that you can daily go check that. Again, because let's be honest, employment matters. And if they can't get in touch with you, you can't know you've been hired, and then guess what? You're not going to show up. So, which literally almost happened to be once.
Yeah.
Literally. We saved up. This was before we knew about Lifeline. I wish we'd known about it way, way back. But I was working under the table. I was working and getting paid under the table at a liquor store. And it was just enough that, again, the track phone, like Spence had talked about, track phone had a smartphone for $100 at the time. It was a Huawei. Which I think now are legal, whatever, China. But it was $50 for unlimited internet on the phone at the time. And it was truly unlimited. This was before they put a limit on it. And so $150, and literally I had a phone working within 3-4 hours of buying the phone at Walmart and buying the card and activating and going through all of that. So what was it? 3 days later, I had a job interview at the library.
Yeah. That you only heard about.
Which I only heard about. It must have been 6 days before, because when I turned in the application literally the next day, when I had the phone number, and I put it on my application, and then they called and left me a voice message because I was at work. I don't answer the phone when I was working at the liquor store. And they left a message of, we'd like you to come in on Friday. And this was Wednesday. And the only reason I knew about it was because I had just put that cell phone number on there and was able to check my messages. So it is so important when you're trying to get employment to have a working phone number where people can leave messages for you. That's why we're bringing this up. Of just, look, it's an apocalypse. I hate to say this. It could always get worse. So, in that case, you always need to know you have other options. Because, so for instance, I didn't know about Lifeline, or that I didn't need to be receiving food stamps to qualify. Because at the time I was still technically married, and he was making buku money and I had zero money. He wasn't giving me anything, and he had emptied our mutual bank account of all the money without telling me. So I had nothing, and I had no working phone. And so I didn't know about Lifeline, or I would have like immediately like done what I needed to have that, so that again, you can't get employed if you don't have a phone number they can reach you at.
But let me go through all of that budgeting to say the other part of budgeting I think everyone needs to consider more of now is what in my head I just call my sanity budget. And it is little things I need to be able to purchase regularly. Like, don't judge me. Little Caesar's pizzas, candy bars, soda.
I can hear you, Carrie.
I'm not judging. We get Little Caesars all the time.
Which I have to say, though, Little Caesars is okay, but it is surprisingly really good if you put it in the air fryer.
Oh.
Yeah, if you had an air fryer, try putting the Little Caesars in the air fryer. It crisps up very nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were very surprised. Like, it's okay, but then when the air fryer was like, oh no, this is actually quite good now. Yeah, we can do this. But we all have little things that signal to the back of our brain if we are in an emergency situation or not. And you cannot live an emergency situation. You cannot live your day-to-day life with the klaxons always going off. And part of the way you calm those klaxons down is with little signifiers. So whether it's Little Caesars or the proverbial
notebooks,
the proverbial avocado toast, a special cereal, please make sure to include that in your budget. That, or teas. We got Laura here. So many good teas. As well as, what's that Rolo stuff? chocolate milk.
Hot chocolate.
Oh, the hot chocolate Rolo.
Yeah, the Rolo hot chocolate mix.
There's so many little things, or pens. I mean, we're talking about writers here. Pens, and, as well as notebooks with different kinds of paper. But the ones you enjoy. Put that into your budget. Do not deny yourself those little things. Those little things are what keep us going so that we're better able to adapt when real stresses that we didn't see coming happen. Because if you're already overwhelmed when another stressor comes in, there's a good chance you won't know what to do. And that's part of what budgeting is really about, is to help you cope with the future unknown.
Our stepmother, because she had, I guess at the point we met her, she'd been running the Institute for 8 years, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
She'd been running it in Kitapawan, which is on the southern island in the Philippines of Mindanao. And, financially, with any nonprofit, the money is not steady. It's back and forth. And so, yes, she had, when times were really tough, she had an austerity budget. Oh, God, I hated it anytime we had to go on austerity budget. It was terrible because if it can be cut, it gets cut in an austerity budget. And that is true of governments too. But what she had learned over the years, what she told me is humans cannot sustain an austerity budget for more than a month. So never plan for your budget to be an austerity budget for more than 1 month. 1 month of no frills, only what you have to. You're eating beans and rice, but no human can handle this for more than a month, is what she told me. She's like, we have tried. We have done it for all the little starving children in Africa, and we have found our institute cannot handle an austerity budget for more than a month before people start cheating. and people start finding ways to like leave the institute and not work there anymore, like, and on and on. She's like, no humans can sustain an austerity budget, honestly, for more than a month. So never plan to be running an austerity budget, even your personal budget of no frills, for more than 1 month. After 1 month, you're going to have to buy some treats, because humans just, they need it to like keep moving forward. Otherwise, it just, everybody gets too depressed. You've got to plan in those little surprises, those little treats, those little happies. So like there it was, they planned out durian and jackfruit. Like they'd buy like a quarter of a jackfruit. And when I say that, a quarter of a jackfruit is still larger than an infant. Like it's huge.
Yeah, well, at least in the Philippines.
Yes. Like I've seen smaller jackfruit, puny little things. But like in the Philippines, a jackfruit is larger, is taller, and wider than a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
Just to give you an idea of like,
yeah, they are huge.
I'm not kidding, but they're
the
also
fruit
super
is
delicious.
Massive. The vegetables so tiny.
Yeah, the vegetables are all teeny tiny. Like the carrots are literally like balls of carrot. It's the oddest thing. But the fruits, huge behemoths, larger than children. We used to judge fruit by how is this compared to a child? You know, like, oh, it's the size of a 3-year-old, or oh, it's the size of a 10-year-old. So, but like they could get jackfruit or durian, which is a delicacy, like especially in the Philippines where it tastes amazing. So sorry to every other country on the planet, but the Filipino durian's better. I said it. So everybody's like, how dare she come for me? I'm sorry. It's just true. But they would have to budget in these treats. Otherwise, she said, people start cheating, or they leave, or they get too sad to keep moving forward. It's just, and she warned me, like, you can't do an austerity budget for more than a month. And when I, got out of my own, actually, it was a couple months later, was when I was living on my own. And I really came to understand what she was talking about, of like, you can try and you can have all the best intentions in the world, but you can only do a true austerity budget where it's like no frills. It is, everything that can be cut is cut. You're not even running electricity when you don't have to. You know what I mean? But you're not watching TV if you don't have to.
But it's also, though, check what people really need. Like, Maggie brings up a great case in point of something we get confused about sometimes, of like, there's reasons she always baked treats for her girls so they never felt like they were going without the things other kids had. Turned out the other kids actually envied their homemade cookies and bread. When
it tastes good.
Your kid, the kids you have, even, it may not be like, oh, they need the latest video game or the new shoes to make them. It may be they need this type of cookie, or they need this shirt so they can feel like they blend in. What is it?
When I was, I was 8 when I started. No, I was 7 when I started going to Girl Scout camp. But I turned 8 that same year, and so I wanted to go to summer camp at Girl Scout camp. But they sent home a list of, here's all the clothes you need to pack, and it included, it was you need 4 to 6 pairs of shorts, flip-flops for shower, and also a robe. And I was like, I can't go to summer camp. I don't have these things. And Mom was like, the hell you say? And literally went to the Salvation Army and dug through their box of sheets, bed sheets, and found anything that looked like she could turn that into clothes. And she brought home this huge pile of used secondhand bed sheets and made me the prettiest yukata, which is a Japanese summer robe, for me to walk to and from the showers in. And she made the pattern and everything for me. And she's like, what kind of sleeves you want? And I'm like, I want the pointy sleeves like a princess, because it was the 80s. And versus she's like, you don't want the kimono types? Like, no, I want the pointy ones. Like, I found some picture of, you probably have all seen, it's a Victorian picture, and the woman is European. She got the sleeves. And so my mother made that in all these yellow and white bed sheets, like they were patterned, like yellow and white flowers and all this, because none of the bed sheets, there were enough to make a robe, because they're secondhand bed sheets, so the middles are all worn out. So but she made me this very beautiful yukata, which I had for 20 years. The thing literally fell apart. But it was, and she also made me a bunch of shorts as well out of these used bed sheets, because I was like, I can't go. I'll feel, like I felt deprived of like all the other kids. She's like, well, you could just wash shorts every night and it'll be dry the next day, or give it a day. You just wash it. And I'm like, no, none of the other children are going to be washing clothes by hand every day. I'm not going. Cancel me. And, I'm not doing it. And Mom was like, you're going. Fine. And like suddenly is sewing 4 pairs of shorts and all this stuff because I felt deprived. And she was like, oh, hell no, my daughter is not missing out on summer camp. This was just so important to her. You had to go. I have lasting memories of summer camp, but mostly my memories are honestly all the clothes my mom sewed for me, and it made me feel so special because all these other kids just had regular clothes from Fred's or maybe the mall, but I'm like, my mother made me this Japanese robe. What did your mom make you? A sandwich? Real quote.
And it is about perception.
When I was in like early junior high, like 6th grade, my dad worked in construction, so a lot of his work was seasonal. So once the weather started to get cold and turn to crap, he didn't have a job until springtime.
Right.
And I love dressing up for Halloween. I always have. And we never got like the store-bought costumes. And the few ones that we did, they weren't really that great. Like I got a mermaid costume one year, and I ended up tripping and stepping on all of the tooling and just shredding it.
I remember those.
Harry, there was no good children's costumes back then.
Yeah.
It wasn't your parents. It was all the children's costumes.
But the point is they
better.
were crap quality and they were expensive, at least out in our budget.
In the 80s, it was a plastic printed vinyl bag that was supposed to be an outfit with like a picture printed on it and a terrible plastic mask that would kill you because you couldn't see through it, and then you'd fall in the dark.
I miss my fabric mask.
We went to like Salvation Army and we got a whole bunch of pieces parts, and my mom put together a pirate costume, and I thought I was the coolest kid in school.
I bet you were. I bet you looked awesome. It doesn't always have to cost a lot to not feel deprived, but you really do have to keep your spirits up to feel well enough to not feel deprived. Like, y'all, it takes so much effort.
Sorry, just say it. Say the line Spence has written.
That's my favorite austerity suggestion too, Mama Ward. A cake mix and a can of frosting is like $3, and a cupcake day keeps the budget darkness away today. Agreed. But yeah, like, honestly, if you are in financial straits, it now has to be your one hobby is like how not to feel deprived while you're in financial straits, which is not necessarily when you feel like getting creative.
And I mean, to me, the secret to figuring out what it is that helps you not feel deprived, that makes you happy, especially when, things are getting a little bit dark, is you have to find out what makes you cackle. And I know that sounds like a weird expression to say, but it's what will make you spontaneously laugh, uncontrolled, at just the thought of. For some people, it's board games. Other people, as Spence said, it could be, a new game on Steam. Sometimes it changes. Like, as I said, sometimes it's Little Caesar's Pizza. Other times it is a new video game. It is, or a new gadget. Mm-hmm. I mean, last week when Glory heard about, wait, I could print my own stickers?
You're
and there is nothing to, and it is portable. I just keep with me, and I just put on my phone. I want this sticker. Let's go find this real quick. All right, is this what we're getting for Christmas ahead of time? Yes.
Shit.
Oh,
This was
Oh, that is awesome.
Look at you, Carrie! Oh
This was
my
like
God.
2009, 2010. Yeah,
That
my
turned
mom
out
made
really
me this
good.
kimono.
You look so cute. Oh my God. That's
And-
great.
And then we had wait, where's the picture of
Aw.
Bestie and me?
Aw.
Yep.
So much fuzzy.
Yeah, her kids were Care Bears. But there's a picture of the two of us. I'm trying to find it. There it is.
Oh,
Yeah, it turns out we had like this contrasting thing going.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah.
Is that a
That
dragon?
could
on the
almost blend in
Those are both
SCA.
homemade costumes.
Yeah. I
Her
think
mom's
like
really good at sewing too. Made her
I was
son
a Dalek for Halloween once.
oh nice. Did you have a plunger?
I literally had a toilet plunger. We spray painted a sieve, a strainer for my hat.
Mhm.
Like, it was
Nice.
great, man.
Um
I was a weeping angel. My mom sewed my little dress, and I painted the wings, and my dad wired them. Like, so fun.
But yeah, like, and also for others, it's being able to give gifts. Like, that's another thing people often forget about, what helps you feel sane. Sometimes it's being able to actually give. So
Yes.
like getting
Mhm.
good, figuring out the recipes you're good at making, so you can give to others, baked goods, or other food things, or if you're good at sewing, or in Gloria and I's case, crochet.
I have a budget specifically for gift giving every month.
And it helps keep you sane, doesn't it?
It does. It gives
When
you
I
more
was-
fuzzies.
when I was a teenager, I mean, like, even when I was babysitting and working, all my money would go to our family's rent. So I really didn't have much extra money. But I would try to set aside a little money, number one, for me, for shampoo and conditioner. Both of our parents had fine, straight hair. They'd wash their hair with whatever the bar soap was in the bathroom. Cretins. Anyway, so I paid the extra money for Vidal Sassoon. Oh, yes. Well, it was the early 90s.
And
Pantene didn't come till later. But the Vidal Sassoon, because they had this one shampoo and conditioner that smelled like Macintosh apples that I absolutely loved. So I always set aside money because my mother just did not see that as a useful expense for the family budget of my, $5. Well, it was actually like $3.50 bottle of shampoo and $3.50 bottle of conditioner a month. She's like, oh, it's frivolous. Like, maybe for you, but the rest of us have hair. Anyway. But the other thing I set aside money for was...
she really was balding at the time. So, I mean, it was very thin.
She was bitter.
To just not a lot of hair, okay?
I'm just claiming she was bitter. And
Yeah.
Dad, too.
Just
like,
a bit.
They were, they didn't have this fine, lovely, amazing hair. And they definitely were not supportive of this fine, lovely, amazing hair. So anyway... But the other thing that I set aside money every month for was essentially cocoa powder, sugar, extra flour, lots of sugar, so that I could make treats and give them as gifts. I love to bake cakes and then give little cakes to people as gifts, all sorts of little layered cakes. I just thought it was really fun, and I knew that it didn't need to stay in the house. My mother would, again, complain that there's too much frivolous food here, and I didn't want to hear that crap. So it was a way for me to, because, I think all humans have this desire to give gifts. It's like a nurturing thing. But also, I don't know, like there's just something you don't feel as deprived when you can be generous with others.
Oh,
If
like
that makes sense.
so there's a chance a longtime friend of ours may be moving in close by. And my thought after just the worries and concerns about how quickly they have to move was, do they know how much they're going to be getting food given to them? Since they live on their own, of like, yeah, we'll just start cooking for 3. Just there will be, a meal on their door. Because yeah, it is nice to give. Also, just to hear feedback
On recipes.
And also, she is notoriously bad at feeding herself. Not like her ADD is really bad. So it's like, here, we know you're fed well. Now eat. Home food. Like it's when you're budgeting, budget for your sanity.
All right. Well, if we're showing Halloween, okay. All this is I bought the dress. It's just a velveteen dress that I bought used at a sci-fi fantasy convention for $3 because it fit me and apparently no one else at the whole place other than, of course, the woman who was selling it. And the hose are regular hose that I have then glued on with clear nail polish. All these little spiders. That's what's on my leg. Is all these little spiders crawling up. They're little plastic spiders that you can buy like $1 for like 50 of them. And then it's a basket, whatever. Okay, so the cape, on the other hand, I got the felt. It was like, what was it? It was a very wide felt. It was the widest felt at Joann's Fabric. It was, I don't know, let us say 72 inches wide.
Yeah, I'd say it's either 60 is going to be a bolt, 72 will be the roll.
And I could make this big cape as a circle skirt. And then I just added a hood. And I found this trim at a different store that I already had the trim. I just really loved the trim. It looked really cool. Oh, I think I got it at Walmart. I actually found it at Walmart years before it. I had like a yard of it or something. And which is why it's not that long. And you can't really see it in this picture because my ex-husband took the picture. But you know what he was doing. But the red felt is actually sparkles. I have it somewhere in my stuff, but it actually has sort of glued in glitter.
Mm-hmm.
And so it sparkles a bit. And that was the whole costume. The fabric cost... Let's see, the fabric at the time. All right, I will admit this was mid-2000s prices. The fabric was...
And it was on sale.
Yeah, it was like $4 a yard, and it was, I think, 2.5 yards. And the trim was $1 a yard, and it was 3 yards. And the spiders cost $1 for the bag. I used the bag for various things for years. I may actually still have the bag somewhere of some of the spiders left. And the basket, I think it was, I lifted it from my mom's house, quite honestly. And that's pretty much the whole costume. And it was very comfortable because that was a really cute little dress that I had bought, for $3 the previous year. And that was it. That was the whole, the shoes. The shoes I got at Payless Shoe Store on clearance for $8. And they were just fabric Mary Janes. That's it. But I have used parts of this outfit again and again for costumes over the years. And again, as I said, it was really comfortable, which to me is the most important part of any costume, is it's really comfy. So, and I've also lent this cape out to a whole bunch of people who've used it for their costumes since it's not specific. I believe Carrie has something to show off. No, maybe? I don't know. So that was like, again, I've used parts of that costume. I still have the dress because it's stretch velveteen. So I've also loaned the dress out to a whole bunch of people as well. And I've loaned the cape out. The hose did not last long because, shut up. Look, these thighs, y'all. They are enough to reassure a toddler. Okay. A toddler can just run straight into my thighs and they just bounce off like bumper cars. They're fine. Like that's, I have a mom bod. Okay. And I've always had a mom bod. Okay. Ever since puberty hit, it was like, we need fat everywhere children could run into. So suddenly the hips got padded, the butt got padded, the thighs got padded, the belly got padded. Even the upper arms get padded because when you're holding the kid, they get like squished in there sometimes when they're like trying to wiggle out. But you don't want to actually break a rib. I'm just saying. Everything like this body is geared for childcare. So, but like it does mean that I want things comfy, and I've got a whole bunch of costume ideas because again, of all the times, don't feel deprived. Halloween is probably one of those times where you definitely don't want to feel deprived. Because, like, everybody else is having a party, but I have no costume. Or I've gained weight since then, and I can't wear the Princess Jasmine, whatever. Okay, number one, body positivity. You show it, baby. Whatever you got, okay? Whether it's, like, a whole body of hair or a whole body of lumps and bumps, you know what? You show it. You would be surprised how many people you check off for their aesthetic. They're like, yeah, I like what you got there, mama or daddy or person. So number one, let's have body positivity here because I have been surprised how many people want to flirt with this mom potato bod. But it's cool. But also, like, they're just like, no, I've worn the same outfit for 5 years and I just feel deprived because I don't have a new one. And it's like, it is time to rework that because feeling deprived is the worst thing you could possibly feel other than maybe shame when we're talking about money or the lack thereof. It'll eat away at you mentally. So your new hobby, if you're on a budget, your new hobby is how not to feel deprived. How to feel like you're getting everything you want without actually having to spend money all the time. And it is perfectly okay to borrow friends' outfits. You know what? Your friends are probably thrilled that at least the outfits are getting extra wear. Also, again, when we talked about people love to feel like they can give gifts or nurture each other, and letting people borrow your stuff feels good it's like a gift. It feels good. So when you borrow things from other people, you're probably helping them feel good.
Mm-hmm.
So keep that in mind of like you're helping your friends also not feel deprived because now they can be generous with their wardrobe or their props. Like I have now an amazing collection of baskets. People come to my house and they tell me these are impressive baskets. Like, well, yes, I've curated this entire collection of really awesome, cool baskets for any costume. You'd be surprised how many costumes need baskets or could do with a basket prop. So, but like, I'm happy to lend those out because I've worked really hard to curate this list, but you better return my stuff or else. Them fighting words. Let's see. Maggie says, as a mom, I'm more concerned with my children not feeling deprived. I know, but you've got to help take care of your own mental health too. I will stop talking and we can do a sprint now.
But I did finish.
Speaking of children, I need to go help with mine.
Okay.
But I did finish up the poll and started a new one. If you want to do that before we head out.
Let's see. What is the poll? Budgeting style. 45% said in my head. 27% said envelopes. 18% said online app. And 9% said I don't need one. Poll 11 votes. Very nice. All right. Well, now it seems like a wonderful time to make sure that you have something decadent and delicious to drink. Do you? We're going to sprint for 10 minutes. So that is...
Finish my raspberry lemonade.
Ooh. It's enough time to make tea. and then put it on ice. I'm just going to do things. It's enough time to make cocoa or hot chocolate or chocolate milk or coffee or whatever, floats your boat. But definitely something so you don't feel deprived.
You know what floats my boat?
What you get?
A chocolate river.
Cry me a river of chocolate. And then when we come back, what are we going to talk about, Tom?
We're going to talk about, side gigs.
Side gigs. Cool. We will see y'all in approximately 10 minutes. Maybe babe. Maybe babe. Maybe. Boop. Boopsie doodles.
Hello.
Hello. How goes the sprint?
I did dishes.
Ooh, look at you being productive.
Look at you being productive.
My teapot is now in the dishwasher.
Tom made popcorn.
Nice.
Hey, Adrian.
It smells so good. I was reading an article about Abe Shinzo. Yikes. Anyway, so money. Yes, I'm told that corgis are very gassy, apparently. But those fluffy butts.
So fluffy.
And they know it. They're like, are you looking at it? They know it.
Remind me never to adopt a corgi.
A lot of dogs are quite gassy. Stick with the birds, buddy. I don't think they're quite as gassy. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah. Tom said
This dude.
Hello, sweet Muppet.
Yes.
Muppet.
I already gave you a treat, dude. You ate
He
it.
was like, oh, I forgot about that 10 minutes ago.
He is working on that cuteness stare, too.
Yes.
He's really good at it.
Yes, sir. So, pets are expensive.
Oh, my God. Ain't that the truth?
Not before you go in.
But, I mean, speaking of before about the budgeting but they keep your sanity.
So what is it? The average dog costs about $600 a year, and the average cat is like around $300.
600 pocket change for this dude.
I know. Doesn't he look like a little old man? It's great. I love it. I do not know the yearly cost of birds. I was like thinking, do I know how much a budgie costs a year? And I thought I had seen that it was like more like 100 to 200 depending on breed, but I don't think that takes into account parrots. So, because I'm told parrots cost a lot more.
Oh, yeah. Just be glad he's not a drooler.
Oh, God.
Very much so.
He's like, I'm done with you now, ma'am. Bye.
I got my treat. I'm out of here.
He does look like a tiny Sam Elliott. I agree.
Our stepdad had a similar dog. And the first time they took the dog to the groomers, he came back, with a similar haircut, with a very pronounced mustache and eyebrows.
And eyebrows.
And our stepdad thought that the groomers were playing a prank on him because it was kind of his look at the time as well.
He had a big bushy mustache. He was white. His hair turned white. And he had big bushy white eyebrows. And he thought that, the groomer was taking the piss out of him.
I'm like, no, that's the standard cut for this dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now that we've talked about budgeting and budgeting for your sanity, that you need to include that as part of your budget.
Yeah.
You have to keep yourself sane somehow. Let's talk about, again, things the media just trying to shift blames of. Reasons for side hustles. One that's not discussed often enough is so that you are not as beholden to one source of income. Because if you feel like your life depends on keeping one person satisfied in this world, it can take a number on your sanity. Versus if you've got a couple different income sources coming through, it helps alleviate the anxiety of what happens when this one thing changes. What will I do after that? Now, some of us have the options that they know if they get tired of this job, there's already 2 others who are like, we'd love to hire you.
Mm-hmm. But some of them necessitate moving to a different province or a different country, and I don't have that kind of savings. So,
yeah. But it helps alleviate the anxiety to have just a secondary, even if it's not that much. It also can help you figure out if maybe this is somewhere you want to go and start earning more from and devote more time to. It's part of what AuthorTube is about.
Sure.
Is so you want to become a writer. You may want to just write for a creative outlet, but you may also want to, become a writer for earnings, for income.
Mm-hmm.
And that's great, but then you're finding how you balance your time, which is probably even the harder part. But yeah, like I do delivery for multiple.
And originally, the delivery stuff was your side hustle.
Mm-hmm.
Tom used to work at a dental clinic. And before that, what was it? You ran databases for school systems?
Yeah.
And computer repair?
And computer repair. And just times changed, and I kind of had to keep changing with it. Some years my own, just computer repair pays the bills.
Mm-hmm.
But that hasn't been for a few years. So I now spend more time working on doing delivery. And even with delivery, I actually do multiple companies because not just because people order different amounts depending on the time of day through different companies for delivery, but also because there's always that worry of, they definitely do a reputation system. So if you have a series of bad deliveries and problems, all of a sudden you can't do as many deliveries because your reputation is tanked, and it'll take a while to rebuild that up.
Mm-hmm.
But at least I have another couple companies that I deliver for that hasn't happened on.
Mm-hmm.
So I know my income won't be too affected. So I work for a couple different ones always. In case anything happens with one, I know I've got several to fall back on. And that definitely helps alleviate some of the anxiety.
Yeah, I've done a lot of side hustles in my lifetime. Adrian says I make animations for people over on Coffee for commissions. That's very cool.
I think they made the intro for AuthorTube Writing Conference.
Oh, very nice. So I've sold used cars as a side hustle before. And most of that involved me driving the car around until it was sold. Truthfully. That was like, and then, going on rides with people. I do not let them go drive the car without me. Mostly because I take people on my favorite roads to go driving on, and partly because I want them to try driving on a variety of terrains, including going fast, like around curves. Because how can you know what a car is capable of unless you test it out? And I know this area very well. Also, honestly, in better times, one of my hobbies is to just go driving around backcountry roads. South Mississippi is a beautiful place overall. And it's lush. It is like the definition of lush subtropical. And it is not called the Piney Woods for nothing. So there's like ancient pine trees here that, house entire micro ecosystems in them. So it's really cool to go driving around these areas and then get out and take pictures. So I know a whole lot of back roads. I know all sorts of weird places that most people aren't familiar with unless you live in that area. And also, I just like looking at cows. I admit it. I like looking at cows and goats and sheep. And there are so many pastures here with them fenced in, so I don't have to worry about them getting out onto the road. And so I can just look at all the horses by lovely little lakes and ponds, and sometimes giraffes and an elephant or two. There's camels. Why do people have camels? There's all sorts of animals because you can have most animals in Mississippi. I don't know that there's technically any animals outlawed ownership-wise other than maybe gopher turtles since they're an endangered species. So I love driving. And so it was actually really useful for me as somebody who just loves driving to drive a car labeled as, for sale, and then take people on my favorite country roads and just say, I really want you to see what it's like driving. Now go drive fast. You can drive real fast here. It's a takeaway. And for them to really drive it, pretty much everybody I ever took out on a country road set to go driving to find out what they thought of the car, they bought the car every single time with cash. So it turned out I was pretty good at selling used cars. The companies that I was buying used cars from to fix up and sell, though, dried up. And so I had to find other ways to side hustle. And I've also done home party businesses, specifically adult novelties, which was essentially I got to run my in-house QVC about various novelty products. And what is it? Intimacy products and all those in people's homes, because I also absolutely love party food. I love appetizers. Y'all do not understand how much I absolutely love appetizers and snack food. And it is the one thing you're guaranteed to have at home parties is the host or hostesses make snacks and party foods. So I love anything wrapped in bacon. And dips. Oh, y'all, that spinach and crab dip in a Hawaiian bread roll, that thing? Oh, y'all don't know how much I love that thing. Oh, Adrian says, I also made the upcoming trailer for Ben's pick falling through. Oh, very cool. And so, there's all these side jobs I've had. Tutoring.
And also, what all of these side jobs kind of have in common, including even Adrian's of, doing animations, is often side jobs take a while to figure out how to actually make a living off of. And so that's actually one of the good reasons to do them as a side job while you're doing something else. Is it could take years for you to really iron out and figure out what's your process, what's pricing, but also building up that reputation and finding your audience who's interested in your service or product.
Right.
I mean, I know it took us over a year to find out where are the people who buy crochet. The answer is not in this state. Just one of the worst places to be.
Also, it's subtropical, so again, this is not a great selling place for crochet. It's never that cold. It's cold for 3 days a year. It's not.
But so it's another reason actually to start out these side hustles is because you can play around more. You can be a bit more creative, and you can see what works and what doesn't before it matters.
I made all those Christmas cards.
Oh, yeah.
Haven't sold a single one except for to Megan. They're on Ko-fi. I also offered ghostwriting on Ko-fi. Nothing. So, I don't know. My only income stream is my day job.
But I mean, if you don't try these side hustles out, you'll never know.
Right.
You'll never know, do you already know the audience for this or not?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of it to figure out. Like, I mean, God knows I've done Mary Kay a couple times, and really, that's about what is your audience? Like, do you know them? And the truth is, well, I had people definitely acting like they did. And the second I actually was doing Mary Kay, suddenly, no, they're actually not that interested in finding new makeups or their skincare or anything. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
well, I'm glad I didn't spend too much on this.
Yeah.
Of finding the ones that work. Because, like, as Gloria said, I was doing delivery for like 6-8 months while I was still working at the dental office.
Mm-hmm.
Trying, just doing occasion to understand and figure things out.
Mm-hmm.
Because it didn't matter, even if I had no job, that first month I was not going to make much because I didn't know how to do this correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And it took a while to figure that out, even with delivery, how to make this profitable. And so that's also a rip of, and then is the whole point of side ones is to find out, does this work for you? You don't know till you try it out.
Right.
So stuff on Fiverr.
I would not take out a credit card to start a side hustle.
No.
Don't fall into that.
I mean, technically, YouTube and Twitch are side hustles because, in theory, they pay. But it's in theory because you don't actually get money until you've made at least $100 off of each platform. Our YouTube account has been monetized since late November, and we haven't received a payout yet. We're probably going to get our first payout in November of this year. So 1 year. And technically we have like slightly more than 1,100 subscribers. Technically, we're told we're doing really, really well. Like, our CPMs are really good compared to most other accounts, apparently. And with Twitch, I think I've only had 3 payouts, and we made affiliate in mid-June of last year. And we've gotten 3? Is it 2 payouts or 3 payouts?
I want to say 3.
Okay, 3 payouts, and we'll probably get another payout. Like, I haven't had a payout at all this year. So the last payout we got was for December, and it was in January because that's how Twitch pays. And we haven't gotten a payout at all this year. And we probably won't get a payout till somewhere between August and November as well. But technically those are side hustles in that they do pay eventually. And it is nice to be able to generate any kind of income for the effort. I mean, that's nice because I've got a whole house of crochet that's unsold. I did enjoy making it, I must admit. But I got a whole house of this stuff. It's fantastic. I love it. But it's the only way I could sell it is I take pictures and post it up, and then people order it, and then I ship. And the shipping can cost quite a bit of money. And people do not want to pay crochet for the amount of time it takes to make it. At a $15 an hour wage, which is the minimum living wage. And they're now saying the minimum living wage in America is now $20 an hour. We've been talking about living wage long enough that it's gone from $15 an hour to $20 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you, nobody wants to pay like $20 an hour for crochet. Because the plainest crochet hat takes about right around 2 hours to make, including weaving in the ends and sewing in the tag and everything. It takes about 2 hours. So that's a minimum of $40 plus the materials. And They don't want to pay that. They don't want to pay $45 or more for a plain crochet hat. And I understand why they don't want to pay it, because ain't nobody got money. I get it. But I know that my crochet items will be here 70, 80 years later, because I've had ladies at the library come in and talk about their mother-in-law or grandmother-in-law crocheting baby clothes that they still have, and their children are 70. And they're like, oh yeah, your crochet will last the test of time. That crochet is going to be around hundreds of years, as long as nobody like throws it away, puts it in the landfill. And so it's nice to know that at least like what I make that is beautiful and is art, at least it will survive. But yeah, like there's plenty of side projects, side hobbies that, you know, haven't turned out to pay, but I still love them.
Yeah. Always be careful of any, especially any side hustle that someone's trying to hire you to do something that requires you to put money out for it. That's always the first sign of no. If you need to put the money out for it, obviously it's not actually profitable.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, they just need your time. If they need your money as well, don't do it. But yeah, it can take time to find out what it is that actually works. You know, some people work well on Fiverr, but also they know how to work Reddit and a few other places to get themselves known, to find and they know where the audiences are. Because there's the real difficulty with anything that's a service, is finding the audience that needs it and wants it.
So I can paint on canvas shoes, and I can tea dye them and stuff. I've done them for myself, and I wanted to open an Etsy business for it. But most of the designs are of copyright characters.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to get in trouble with that, so I abandoned it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to get around all of the red tape, because it's just me. If I get sued, I'm not a company. Like, they just go straight for everything I've got.
There are some really useful Reddit subreddits that may be helpful for those who are looking for to explore side income. So one of the ones you may not like anybody in particular, but I would recommend to check out is Beer Money. And if you know the very definition of what it is truly like side work. So things that don't require a whole lot of time commitment in any given week. And they don't necessarily generate a ton of income either. It's just, you know, a couple hours, some money. And that may be a way to explore other kinds of income generation, as well as, frankly, other kinds of careers. Another one is remote work and remote work jobs and remote worker. There's a whole bunch of subreddits that are around remote work. And it's really just, I would honestly recommend, if you're looking for exploring this concept of side income generation, is try exploring the subreddits and see what people are talking about there. Because most of the people there have a vested interest in honestly discussing various kinds of jobs. And they'll definitely come back, since there's, you know, you're relatively anonymous, or can be relatively anonymous on Reddit. And they will tell what they honestly think about things. So it may be something to explore for anyone, is to see what these various subreddits, what are they talking about as far as side income generating.
And if you're wanting to do something locally, it is all about getting yourself seen, well, especially your company stuff, seeing where that audience is. So like for me with computer repair, who's got money for computer repair? Hint, it is not people who
Indeed.
don't have much money to begin with. So you really want to go find the affluent places. So like, the artisan bakery is always a good one. There's usually in most towns and cities 3 or 4 restaurants that do most of the catering for businesses. That's again where I would want to put stuff up, because my business is towards people who are affluent, who have money to spend to make their problems go away.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you're doing something like a honey-do service, or a handyman service type, again, people who have money to spend on fix my problem. I could do it if I watched a couple YouTube videos, but I don't have that time.
Right.
And again, it's one of those where it takes time to build up the business. I still remember, and I still find it hilarious in my head. One of my classmates from college, we were all going for, computer networking administration. What does this guy end up doing? So he started doing occasional DJ jobs at events and stuff with just, a little bit of equipment, because he liked music, he liked DJing. He bought this essentially as a way to get the equipment paid for. Was, if I can do a couple of these, at least I can afford the equipment I like for my audio. He built this up into a company. And then his biggest complaint was he couldn't find anyone to take it over.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was tired of doing all the DJing after 15 years. But there actually aren't a lot of people around here who are competent at DJing, as we found out at one company event that we went to a couple years ago. It was just like, this was the worst DJ ever. Can I just put the iPad or my iPod on? The playlist would be better than this.
Truly.
Why are you playing this music at a company function? It's depressing and sad.
Yes. Yeah. It turned out the guy had, his doctor had recommended he get on antidepressants, and he'd refused. And I'm like, it shows in your taste of music, sir. This is a company Christmas party, and I want to not live anymore. I may have talked to the people running the Christmas party and got them to just tell the guy to take a 2-hour break and hook up my iPod to my Christmas playlist. And then everybody started dancing.
Nice.
See you later, Adrian.
Bye-bye.
I mean, but
I just had to tell a writer friend that she needed to get her money back from the editor she hired through Fiverr. The editing wasn't worth $5 per chapter. Too many mistakes to even count as done. I agree.
Again, a lot of decent paying side hustles are reputation and audience. And it can take years to find that audience and build up that reputation.
Mm-hmm.
So it is something you start early and go for later. But also just Laura, you've only been writing for, a few years,
right?
2.5.
And, I can very much tell when you wrote, because, your stories get better and better,
mm-hmm.
and you get more nuanced in your skill set as you do it.
Is it 3 years now?
I know it's over 2.
Yeah.
But I mean, it has taken a while to build up those skills, but also to build up the skills and know what it is you're good and capable of writing. Now it's not so much, can you write your middle grade? Or it's just, all right, how much time do I have to put towards this? How, what kind of time scale do I want to put on it? But you know everything you're doing. You know what you're looking for. You know how to find out what are the necessary parts for this story, for this audience.
Mm-hmm.
But when Gloria and I started crocheting, it took us a few years to even find out what it is the audience wants or is looking for when there is an audience for it. And so that's again where it's like side hustles are things, really you start early on
Squeaky.
and
Squeakers.
squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. And then you build up on as you see, response to. And
Yeah.
some of them just you're not going to see much response, so don't invest much energy in that anymore. But I mean, versus Laura has definitely seen a lot of good response from her writing.
Mm-hmm.
It is something for her to keep pursuing because she sees, as she gets better at it, she gets even better responses. So
I guess it is a side hustle because I've been paid for a few of the pieces.
Yeah. I mean, like our photography. Tom and I both have been paid for our photography, but not enough to like support us. Certainly not enough considering how many years we've worked on our craft.
I think I've made like $30 out of my writing so far.
But like Tom and I are both professional printers because we have been paid for it, and we're professional photographers. We printed our own work as well as others' work. It's just this area definitely doesn't support full-time photography unless, you're here to do weddings and
also you need to be part of the crowd.
Can bring me to that.
Also, you have to be part of the crowd. You have to be, a member of the group that's interested in paying for it. Like they only pretty much hire photographers from within their group. So again, it's not really worth us pursuing around here because
we're not members of the big Six Flags Over Jesus churches, which is what we call the churches that have campuses that are multi-building. And when I say multi-building, I mean small Disneyland.
Mm-hmm.
When we say Six Flags Over Jesus, we're actually not really
like they have a gym. They are essentially their own
they have
YMCA.
A football field, Tom. They actually have a football soccer field.
Yeah.
Like, why does your church have a league? Yeah, Six Flags Over Jesus. So because we weren't willing to join those and lie at the churches, we just ethics. It's a bummer.
Gets in the way of so much.
Oh, my life would be so much easier if I could just be a sociopath. Darn it.
But I mean, the real secret to a lot of side hustles and actually just mainstream jobs is socializing. People want to hire who they know.
Yeah. And it's made it really hard during the pandemic.
So how I got into my career is I went to college, I went to university, and I worked my butt off, and we worked on group projects. So the entire class, the entire senior year would have an animation short that they would make over the year.
Mm-hmm.
And so even as a pre-major, I helped make the senior film. So every year I would help make the senior film. And by the time I graduated, a lot of the people that I had worked with were out in the field already. So one of them was like, "Hey, we're hiring up here in Canada. Come join." It's like, okay. So I applied, got it, flew up to Canada. Now I'm up here. And even after I got laid off, it was emailing my former coworkers like, "Hey, are you hiring where you're at?" And one of my former coworkers, heard that I was looking for a job, and he actually messaged me saying, "Hey, come over here." But then that company was having issues getting work visas, so I couldn't work there. But yeah, like, it's who you know, make friends, eat lunch with your coworkers. Mm-hmm. You don't have to go out to all the parties, but socialize, eat lunch, coffee breaks, whatever. Don't have to drink coffee.
Get to know people.
Yeah. Talk to your neighbor. Talk to the people that you're working with. when you're going to ask for an animation update. So things like that.
I mean, as much as I know how much people complain about it, based on experiences, at least 20% or maybe a quarter of people you see at Starbucks actively working on something, whether it's writing or their photography, it's their advertising. They are advertising, this is what I do.
Right.
Because I've seen several of them get then offer jobs of, hey, do you do this kind of related work?
Especially if they have business cards to hand out to the baristas or to anybody they end up chatting with at the coffee shop or the restaurant.
It's performative.
The way I got my internship was I went to school in Utah, and they had a Utah Technology Summit, basically. And so I was so poor, I couldn't afford to print business cards. So I had extra resumes, and I cut out my name and phone number area, and I handed those out to people, and they called me. I was like, oh, yay. So
yeah, the way I got my public library job was for the previous 12 months. Tom and I had been going to various library events at one of the branches, specifically game night, which was once a month. And they had a ever-evolving book club. It was like cooking and books. So you'd bring something to the potluck and you talk about a book you read, which was really what it sort of it ended up being. And that was also once a month. So there was just 2 events that Tom and I would go to every month. And both of those events were not every single month. There were both of these events only met 9 months out of the year. So truthfully, if you really want to boil this down, we went to 18 events in 12 months. And so when I heard from another friend who worked at a different branch that this particular day, I was working at the liquor store, a job at the branch that I had been attending had a job opening. And she's like, are you going to apply? And I'm like, I don't know. And then another friend was also like, are you going to apply? It's opening. And I felt really pressured. I'm like, fine. Because I had already applied to different branches at the same library system twice before and had never even heard that they received my resume application or anything. So I really wasn't motivated to, but I felt pressured. And then a third friend saw on Twitter that the library manager advertised it and it was like, are you applying? I'm like, yes, I'm working on it. And in the interview, which was and the only reason I knew about the interview was because I had just bought that phone and had the service. So I heard the message. In the interview, there were 3 people in my job interview. There was the library system director, who I did not know. There was the branch manager, who I knew because he primarily ran the book club thing. And then there was one of the senior employees who I knew because she ran the game night thing. So because I knew 2 out of the 3 people, they pretty much made it clear to the director, this is the one. And I was the last interview of the day. And normally if you're the last interview of the day, it's because they don't have a lot of confidence that they're going to hire you. And they were so set on hiring me within the first 5 minutes of me showing up. They didn't have me even do the qualifying trials for the job that they had the other 4 applicants do that day. And what I mean by that is they give you 2 different book carts, and one of them is out of order and you have to fix the order. And the other one, I can't remember what it is. I thought it was the dumbest thing, but it's essentially to see if you can do a different kind of filing for the books. I think it was the children's books. And they did not even have me do it. They were like, no, were sure that she could read. And I was the only dyslexic person who applied for this job, by the way. So let me tell you, I would have failed that. But they knew me, unlike the other 4 people who came in for an interview that day. I was the only person, both of the librarians, well, technically all 3 of them were librarians. Technically all 3 of them were like truly real librarians. But because 2 out of the 3 librarians knew me personally because I had attended 18 events in 12 months, it was really, honestly, we had a great interview because it was mostly just me sitting there and being myself. Because I was like, look, I have had so many bad job experiences that I am only looking to work at a place with a good atmosphere. And so, and they're like, well, what do you think of ours? And I'm like, well, so far what I've seen, yes. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, if it turns out y'all like are hiding a psycho in your midst, I'm going to leave quickly. I just want y'all to know that. Like, if you're hiding a monster, I'm not staying. So, but y'all all seem nice. You know, like I know the 2 librarians at the branch. And I was like, as long as you're all like you, I'll be okay. So pretty much they hired me that day without telling me they hired me. And then Monday morning they called and left me another message on that same phone. And I had already quit my job at the liquor store for a different reason because of the toxic work environment. I had quit that Saturday, not knowing I'd been hired at the library, but just like, no, I cannot live here anymore. No, I would rather wander the streets than work for this guy ever again. It was that bad. And to this day, that guy still does not understand. He keeps wanting to hire me back. And it's like, move on, sir. Yeah, it was that bad. So that was how I got that job. If that is the kind of job or even side, like I really wish they had been hiring part-time, but they were only hiring full-time at the time. But if that is the kind of job you're looking for, is you have an idea, oh, I want to work at this coffee shop, or I want to work at this library, or even just any kind of company that has a outside customer service facing part, I would definitely recommend getting to know those employees and making allies there, because that goes a long way to, yes, they will like start text messaging you as soon as the job is about, are you going to apply? Are you going to apply? And they'll speak for you. I mean, like, I know when I was working at the library, there were a couple people who I knew from other jobs who applied, including one person applied who I knew from the video store days. Tom, show your shirt. That he is wearing a shirt from my video store. Yes, videos and more. And I knew her as a customer. And she applied and she had made it all the way to the interview process. And the director asked me what I thought of her. I had known her for, at that point, like 7-8 years. And I was like, she seems like a very nice, personal person. I knew other people she worked with because at one point this person had worked at the local newspaper. She'd also worked at the other library system in town. And I knew people who worked there. And, I had just talked to those folks in passing about her because we all have mutual connections, and had never heard anything bad about this person. So that's what I said. I said, I think she'd make a fine fit in this corporation, in this library system. Go for it. And that is how she got hired. So it is absolutely right what you say, Laura. It is about the people you know, particularly if it is maybe a choice or job. It's maybe not as many of those jobs are available. And also it's not the kind of company that does a lot of hiring and firing. So there's not as much turnover. Boop, I see it, Carrie. So, I would say when it's essentially a harder to get job, but that one, okay, I want to at least go for a try for this job. It's really about knowing people who work there. So it may be that you have to start asking friends, do you know anybody who works at this company? Do you know anybody? Until, and even like asking when you go out to your favorite restaurants. I feel like I'm talking about the before time when people used to go to restaurants, but I have been known to go. So there is a restaurant in this town called the Mahogany Bar. It is more than a bar. It's attached to a restaurant and it has its own menu. And but it has this nice outdoor seating area that's nice to just sit there and socialize with everybody who comes by. Mississippi is a very social place. And I have in the past been known to ask the waitress if she knows any customers who work at, say, Coca-Cola or Pepsi or any of the other big companies in town, because I have a friend who's interested in applying there, and and the waitresses will definitely tell you, at least down here, because they're regulars, they'll tell you about the regulars, like, oh yeah, no, wait, I know somebody. Absolutely. This guy, he usually comes in on Thursdays at like 9. So if you come in when he's here, just remind me and I'll point him out to you, and you can say hi and see, if he can offer some advice about applying there. And I've known several friends who've gotten jobs that way at various places in town, that they had tried the traditional routes, where you just look and see when they have job openings, and they hadn't gotten in. And so they were willing to try the social networking thing. It is really effective if you know what you want.
Sometimes there are also places like SIGGRAPH for animation stuff, but and VFX, where there are like conventions basically, where people of a specific line of work will meet, and it's a great place to go network, bring resumes. A lot of times they will have places to go and meet recruiters for different companies as well. So I've done that, and they actually had one of them where they would like critique your resume for you and give advice for your demo reel to show to try and get hired. So
Nice.
Definitely take a look and see if there are meetups for things like that.
That's a good point. Shall we do a sprint?
Yep.
Sure.
I've got chickens loaded. I felt like it. Well, again, now seems like a wonderful time to, if you don't have a snack, get a snack. Maybe make sure you've got something to drink. Do you have water? Or some other liquid by which to drink? Hydrate or dihydrate, y'all. And we will see y'all back here in approximately 10 minutes. Beepity beep. 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 Is that you, Carrie?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, oh crap. Now the YouTube is, the sound has undone itself. Because
I was watching another video and
Tom only started going back to his room when I started beeping. He had come in here like, okay, where is this for the third hour?
I have
Howdy,
green
buddy.
curry.
You got curry? Nice. Harry?
Hmm?
Since you missed part of the conversation, is there anything that you want to say before we move forward? You good?
Yeah.
It's cool. Aren't they pretty little velociraptor? I love how plump the chickens are with the little feathers. So, Tom wants to talk about socializing, which is why I was like, There's a couple really good reasons to socialize, including just support. Even if you just need support in your budgeting, like somebody just cheering you on for, hey y'all, I stuck to my budget for a whole month. It's like, I need people to cheer me on. Get your pom-poms out. I need this.
So
Right?
I have two stories.
Uh-huh.
So the one about the workplace and socializing. I was having a really hard time with depression for a period over there. Still do all the time, but I was trying to, I needed to take a phone call with my psychiatrist. And I was like, there's nowhere to take it in this building. Like, it's all open floor plan. Like, I was just unloading on one of my coworkers. And an HR person was walking by, and he's like, hey, yo, I can help. There are unused meeting rooms. Have at 'em. I was like, oh,
That's awesome.
thank you. So I could use those whenever I needed to call somebody and just decompress.
Yep.
Which was very helpful. And then also budgeting wise, I live alone. It's just me and the dog. There's nobody here to keep an eye on all of my expenses and to celebrate my wins with me and go do stuff with. But I budget with my mother.
Mm-hmm.
And so every other Saturday, we will go through my budgeting app, make sure I'm all caught up, see where I'm at. And then she will be like, either this is where you can improve or you've done so well, you've paid off this much debt and you've saved this much as well. And then she'll be like, I'm really proud of you. And it's just like, somebody cares. It's so nice. So having an accountability buddy, you don't have to be as transparent as look at my bank statement.
Right.
But, just having an accountability buddy to go over hey, I made progress in paying down debt or I made progress in saving towards this. I have a budget for publishing my book. I have a budget for a vacation. Do you want to help me plan my vacation? Within this budget? And just socializing that way can be really fun and helpful.
Mm-hmm. When years ago, when I was young, very young, It was before I got married, and the people involved was my girlfriend and her husband and my boyfriend who would eventually become my husband. And I was living on my own, though, and having to stick to a pretty strict budget just to, pay all my bills and have enough left over for gas to drive to and from work. Because at the time I was driving a 1985 Crown Victoria. We nicknamed the land yacht, and I was lucky if she got 12 miles to the gallon.
You remember that, what was driving around in Blues Brothers?
Yes, Blues Brothers and the first Men in Black movie was both. They were both not Blues. The original Blues Brothers, I think, was actually a 1977 Crown Victoria.
Yeah,
but
they don't change much year to year, though.
But the 1997 Men in Black is the exact same make and model as my car.
Yeah,
and in fact, at the time it came out, I really wanted to get a button. Do you remember where?
Don't push the red button.
Push the button.
Yes, I wanted to get the button and just glue it to the dashboard. I couldn't find the button. Anyway, so that's a whole other matter. But that's what I was driving, only it was in, turd brown interior and tan exterior. She was...
My grandma had a 1980 land yacht, and it was orange.
Oh my God. Oh, how dare you top my terrible... Anyway, so I eventually had the air conditioning entirely redone because they stopped selling that kind of coolant for my car, and then literal frost on the louvers. It was so cold. People would put a sweater on in the back of the car. And it had no louvers in the back. It only had front air conditioning. Anyway, so because these were my woes, my boyfriend and girlfriend knew about them. And they were both older than me by about 4 and 6 years, if I remember correctly. They were both a fair amount older than me. They were both serious Gen Xers. And they said, okay, here's what we're going to do. Because I was kind of bemoaning, I can't afford to ever go out to eat again for the rest of my life. This is a terrible life I live. It's so boring. And this was before even internet streaming, y'all. The only internet was... modem, dial-up, and another boyfriend had mailed me a special computer that had shotgun modem in it that he put in as a gift for me. And because I knew the secret dial-up phone numbers for the test accounts for the internet service provider I used to work at, and I knew those effers never changed the passwords. So I would use it to use the internet, but nevertheless, even a shotgun barrel modem it's not like it is now. So you're still waiting and waiting for pages to load. It wasn't the same. So anyway, I was just bemoaning. I can't afford anything. I can't even afford cable. So I couldn't have my beloved Weather Channel. And all of this. And they said, okay, here's what we're going to do. At least twice a month on the weekends, we'll pool our food together and we'll have a cookout. One of them, my girlfriend, was like, my father always has an enormous supply of charcoal. I swear he buys Kingsford by the pallet. He'll never notice that I'll just go once a month to visit my parents and I'll just take a 10-pound sack of charcoal briquettes with me. Right? She did this for 9 months before her father figured out what she was doing. Anyway, so she's like, we won't even have to pay for briquettes. And she would also watch the grocery store circulars. And anytime ground hamburger meat would go on sale, or chicken, or anything good for grilling, she would let me know, and I'd go find $1 or $2 or $3 in a coat pocket or the bottom of my purse and hand it to her so she could buy my allotment, a pound or two of ground beef and stuff. And we'd essentially pool, think about a sack, a 5 or 10 pound sack of red potatoes. Well, and a canister of a jar of mayonnaise, you're halfway to making potato salad. And so she would plan out all of these grill barbecue nights that we would have, these cookouts, we would have twice a month. And when it got too cold, in the wintertime, she would plan like roasts and things for us to do inside the house. And we'd rent a movie or borrow a movie from her parents or her husband's parents. Or my then boyfriend would like borrow a movie from someone at the military base, and we'd watch movies. And it did not feel deprived that we would essentially have these little parties. And if anyone else wanted to come, it was like my girlfriend, okay, she had many problems, but she was definitely, I mean, she really had some mental problems, like in the psychopath kind of, I had that kind of taste. However, anybody else wanted to attend, and she was like, that'll be $5 plus a bottle of liquor. And she made people pay. Cause like, I just was too wishy-washy to like make people pay. But she's like, no, you go get us a good bottle of liquor. Like she'd make them get Malibu rum or something. So we could like mix it with soda and like have like a real party. And they didn't know that we already had plenty of food. It's just, she was shaking them down. These were a lot of her ex-boyfriends anyway. No, for real. And they were kind of jerks. So I really did actually feel bad for shaking them down for liquor. Cause I was 20. I was 18, 19 and 20, and I couldn't go buy liquor anyway. So this is also when I would drink. That's right. Underage, but it was at her house. So technically Mississippi it is legal. And, we would have all these parties. And in fact, that's how we started getting known for these parties. And people like, she raised the price to $10 plus a bottle of liquor. And within 8-9 months, we were having real cookouts with like 10 and 20 people coming. And it was to the point of like, what are we gonna do with all this liquor? And we didn't have to even throw in our own money. So we were having parties and everything. And people wanted to come because, you know, my girlfriend and her husband were really good at cooking and grilling. They were really good at it.
Yeah.
And they were really good at planning these parties out and everything. And it was just, oh God, it was the best stuff. I remember that was how I saw, what was that? It was the original Prince of Persia video game. Somebody brought that and exhibited playing the game, and everybody was playing that all night. And then the rest of us were just sitting around on the couches and sofas and everything, watching everybody play it. It was actually really fun.
Well, I think it was on PlayStation.
It was on one of the videos. They brought the system with them, and
yeah, it's like when it was the game. It was one of the new game system versions, not the original Prince of Persia's from the 80s.
Yeah,
that's
it was something new, and like we just would have so much fun. So, but again, it really did just start out as a little intimate gathering of friends, and more than friends. I mean, yeah, and trying to not feel deprived, and. It was, look, I was really on an austerity budget that whole time. And I didn't feel deprived ever. We would do it twice a month. And I really didn't miss not going to the nightclubs and not going out to eat, because now I just stay over at her house and, you know, sleep on one of her extra beds, or she kick her husband out of the bed. I mean, it was a fascinating relationship. And I just crashed overnight because I definitely do not like driving under the influence. Like, not even if I drank 6 hours before, I don't want to drive. Like, I feel so, I don't want to do it. I guess I very much paid attention to all those commercials in the 90s. Like, I'm like, no, if I've had even one big gulp of wine, I don't want to drive. So to have that assurance of I could just stay at her place, or my then boyfriend would drive me home, it was like great, because he never drank. And we would just have a wonderful time eating all sorts of stuff, planning out our meals, our cookouts, and then having, who knows who's going to show up that day. Just all these random party guests of friends of friends of friends who heard there's a cookout, and the cost is a bottle of liquor and $10. Which actually, if you think about how much a nightclub cost, and you're going to get unlimited drinks and food, now that I think about it, I'm like, that really was actually a really good deal for everybody. What a shame there's a plague. Maggie says, budgeting time is just as important as budgeting money. The worry about everything is so overwhelming. If you don't budget time to do something you enjoy without the stress, you'll have a breakdown. I agree. But even if like now where, you know, you're quarantining, you're isolating, you're just trying to be prudent, and having a little party over Skype or in Discord, it can still feel fun and it doesn't feel deprived. But the socializing part, I think, really is the most important part for mental health. And it's something that I know I've struggled to kind of prioritize in the last 3 years as well. It's been a rough time, y'all.
So the parties that I have.
Yes, the tea parties. One day we're going to get together and have our own tea party.
Yes.
And it's not a euphemism. It's a real tea party.
Yes. So the ones I have with my family, so the ones with like all of my immediate family we'll all like play Among Us together in the game, and we'll all be on a like 6-way phone call so we can talk to each other at the same time. And oh my gosh, it's so fun. But also I will FaceTime my siblings, and we will have tea parties over FaceTime, and we will have fancy hats. I will have my egg salad sandwich, and my nephew will have his PB&J and his M&Ms and his chocolate milk. Like, it's so fun just to make it special. Like, make it an appointed time, something to look forward to. It's a reward for doing something, and it's great fun. And then my parties that are free for me now, because I already own the stuff, are my Disney nights. So I already have Minnie Mouse ears, so I'll just pull them off the wall. I'll put them on. I'll put on the fireworks show on my TV because it's already recorded. You don't need a park ticket. You don't need to fly anywhere. And just watch the fireworks show, and it's glorious.
I love the Disney decorating shows where they show you how they decorate for Halloween or for Christmas. It's like, I was so sad. What was it, 2020 or 2021 when they didn't do one? And I'm like,
2020.
But I need it. I have never been to any of the Disney parks, but I love watching them decorate the Disney parks and the cruise ships. Because it's so nice to see how they stage stuff and the design. And like, okay, maybe I like glitter. All right, I admit it. It's just fun to really see. Spence says, I would love to have a regular budget party on Discord where we can all be a little more transparent with our issues and finances in a way that's not public. That would be cool.
Yes.
I think that sounds like a great idea.
Because sometimes it helps to actually hear... Because often, like, look, we're all adults and we are all, budget-wise in general, we're going to do what's best for us. But it does sometimes help to hear another person go, no, that sounds like a good purchase. Like, that sounds like something to, to use some phrase that we've been going earlier. It's worth a week of austerity.
Yeah.
To get this in your life.
I feel that way about the portable printer.
I went over budget on clothing. Well, not really. Okay. So, this week, I went on Instagram, and somebody had a really cool shirt that said writing on it. And I was like, that's a cool design. And she's like, do you know I sell these designs on clothing? And I was like, wait, you made that? So I was like, dang it. So I went to her shop, and I bought a shirt, and I bought 2 stickers. And so it's being shipped. And then now I'm actually in the AuthorTube writing conference, and so I'm like, I want the shirt and the sticker. So I ordered the shirt and the sticker.
I need the stickers.
I need the stickers for my journal.
See, I've learned to just be honest with the reality of things. So, like, one thing I've already realized, though I have not said anything to Glory, is I know my sister. I know how she is about these kind of purchases and items and what it is she really likes about them. And part of it is she likes a certain kind of professional finish to her products. Otherwise, what's the point? I don't want just the home craft version. I want people to go, you made that? You didn't buy that? You made it at that level? Mm-hmm. Which means, among other things, once we have the printer and it works, and we have the paper, then comes getting the stamp devices to cut them out in the perfect shapes.
I've got a bunch of the die cutters.
You've got a few of the die cutters, but
I don't know where they are.
but it's like, I know you, and it's like you're going to need, like, the exact 3-inch die cutter.
I can cut. Do you not see?
Yeah, I know you. You're gonna get sad. You're like,
look at that.
with my hand, it hurts.
That's my flex. Yeah.
I was like, I know what's coming later. They go with this. Look at that padded finger rest.
Quality.
And the washi tape.
Oh, the lovely washi tape. All the lovely washi tape. Look at that flex.
But
it's just a small.
Don't pay any mind.
But yeah, but to have people to go, all right. Do you have a way though to make sure all the bills are still getting paid, or are we gonna have to rearrange a few more budgets to get around this? Including do we need to help you rearrange some of your food budgets to help compensate? It does help to have people who are there to help and are not judging about this. Just, all right, how can we make this work?
It's literally how Mom and I ended up writing Eating on the Cheap cookbook. Was the one place, as in her mom's foreword, she's like, the one place that you can squeeze a budget harder when you have to is the food budget. So how do you keep feeding your family when you've got to squeeze that food budget so hard? And that was really the premise, because she roped me into helping her when I was in middle school of cooking more. And she hated cooking, but she was running the budget.
Say Uncle Sam. Say Uncle Sam owes me money.
So it was that was a lot of what originally came up with the idea for Eating on the Cheap, was all the ways that we were essentially cutting corners. Mom's ideas were very much. I just want you to remember, back in the late 80s and early 90s, some of these ideas that she had and she wrote about were still not widespread. So, for instance, the buying generic cereal. That was not a widespread concept, and there weren't a lot of the generic cereals like there are now. Or whatever you'd say, less expensive ones. Like Maltemeal was not a thing yet.
Nope.
Other than Maltemeal used to be malted hot cereal. That was Maltemeal's original brand. And they still sell it, I think. But, all of these off-brand Golden Grams and off-brand cornflakes and everything, that wasn't really widespread. And grocery stores had them in the 80s. And they were house brands. Y'all. The house brand was often a box in black and white. It was literally labeled generic cornflakes in big, bold letters in black and white. It was like, wow, this is not exciting. This does not make me hungry at all. The can of green beans that was the generic was literally generic green beans. And that was what was on the label. And this was before nutrition was required. So there wasn't even a nutrition information. And this was right at the start of requiring to include ingredients for everything. So you're lucky if it had ingredients on it. It was just mostly a white label with black print in bold impact font. And I mean, that's how it really was. And Mom was here writing articles about, just replace the labels. Your kids will never know. Just tape on the Del Monte label on the can when you get it home and throw away the old label. The kids won't know. They won't know the difference. Just take the labels off and keep putting them back on. Take the cereal, buy one box of Kellogg's cornflakes, and then every generic box you buy after, just put the bag in the Kellogg's box. Your kids will never know. This was kind of revolutionary stuff back in the 80s. People didn't know about it. So she was just trying to disseminate that information. Of course, because I was the one grocery shopping with her, because she also hated grocery shopping. I knew about the secret switcheroo that my mother swore me to secrecy. And how did she swear me to secrecy? Because, I'm not going to keep this lady's secrets. I got paid in a candy bar a month when I went grocery shopping, as long as I did not tell my younger brother and sister that we were really eating generic cornflakes and generic green beans and so on. I was paid in a candy bar a month for realsies. And that was, that was it. But there are tons of ways to squeeze your food budget and still not feel deprived. And that's kind of like, honestly, Tom and I took it on as a lifestyle. That's what we show a lot in the Discord server about food, as these are not, expensive cuts of meat for the most part. And if they are, it's because it was on the world's most amazing, sale. It's like I'm old enough to remember when you could get a 10-pound sack of chicken leg quarters for as little as 10 cents a pound. And in this century, you could get them for as little as 25 cents a pound for chicken leg quarters. They were frozen, though. It was a 10-pound sack. And, but what do you do with 10 pounds of chicken at once? Nobody eats that. And my mother had all sorts of ideas for it. So Tom and I are used to just eating this way and living this way. But if it's new to you, it's okay, let's talk about it. Dumped chicken, y'all. Dumped chicken is a wonderful thing to have in your freezer. And all that dumped chicken really is you put fresh or frozen chicken in a zip top bag, and then you put some marinade in there or a sauce. And it can be as little as spaghetti sauce or whatever the equivalent of your spaghetti sauce, like a can or two of tomato sauce and diced tomatoes and your herbs and spices. You zip top it, you put it in the freezer, it freezes solid. Then one day you're like, what are we going to eat? And you take the bag out, preferably the night before so it's thawed a little, and then you dump it in your slow cooker. Or you just dump it into a pot. Or you dump it in your Dutch oven and put it in the oven for an hour or 2 or 3, however long, till everything's really cooked through. And you have chicken with this lovely sauce that you could then put on rice or potatoes or, I don't know, pasta. And that's the idea of dumped chicken. But again, it's really about, if you're eating food that makes you sad, you will be sad. So how can you eat food that makes you happy that is not outside of your budget, no matter how small your budget is? And look, yes, you can live on $1 a day. It's not easy. You really do need to do some homework. But you can eat on $1 a day, even in America.
And as I have been testing out, for the most part, if you got a toaster oven and a microwave, you can make some decent meals if you know a few little cooking tricks. For pasta, if you make it in the microwave, you need a dish that is 2 to 3 times the size of, everything you're going to put in there. And you need twice the weight in water as the pasta.
So if the pasta weighs 16 ounces, you need 32 ounces of water.
AKA 4 cups. You put 4 cups of water in. And there, you just microwave it till most of the water is about gone, and it's fully cooked. No thought. No staring over it, no stoves. And then you can make everything else. So most of these dinnerly food dishes I've been making and testing on, for the most part, I can just make in the microwave. And if I can't make it in the microwave, then it's one I can make in even a toaster oven, like that breakfast bake.
Yeah.
I don't need a full-size oven. I don't need, a stove. I can do this in a smaller set and still feed both of us. And for the most part, we like most of these meals.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, our biggest problem is sometimes these are some Midwestern comfort foods. How do we spice this up? And that's where Colonel Seasonings comes in, among others.
I think one of the things, though, is, and it makes me sad that many people don't look at what are the local resources in their area, particularly food-wise. Whether we're talking about not tourist-priced farmers markets, or discount grocery stores, or just like local butcher shops. Like, I had an idea a long time ago that butcher shops, like separate from a grocery store, that those kind of standalone butcher shops were very hipster and overly expensive, because how could they support themselves without like having other things that draw people in? And that very well may be true in other areas of the country, but down here at our local butcher shop.
Oh, we got a new one, by the way.
Oh, I didn't hear about
that. Near Glendale.
Oh, okay. But like here, our butcher shop is truly like they try whenever they can to source local livestock for, processing. So also not having to pay those, what is it? Maggie would know more about the livestock pen fees that when you get commercial meat from. And so they're able to offer ground beef at a very nice price. Like, very nice. For a very long time, for about 10 years, the ground beef was 99 cents a pound.
And then it was $1.80, and now I think it's like $2.20, $2.30.
Mm-hmm.
But still,
that's still really good for compared with
what
Walmart
and their ground meat is around 90% lean.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually not very high fat. Often people complain that they need to add some fat.
Yes.
Because no, I'm not joking on that one. They really do complain because it's too lean.
So, just exploring what are food resource options in your local area or that you can access. And I understand that some folks are just in real food deserts and that they're like, Glory, there are no resources. And I absolutely get that. I really do. But you don't know till you look. And for all you know, there may be local food resources that are along your bus route. You have no idea unless you really do a little research. I mean, we didn't find these things out. We didn't just, God did not smoke the ground and we sprang out fully formed, knowing where all the local butcher shops and discount grocery stores are in town. This did not happen.
Also, there's actually I don't know what you call them, but there's a commercial butcher company, the kind of like,
the processors that do like deer processing and stuff.
No, I mean like one that sells, like Conoco.
Oh, are you talking about Brian or Bryant?
Actually, I'm talking about Elkin.
Elk. I thought Elkin does do deer processing.
They do occasionally, but like they are a commercial, like they sell a lot to the region,
right,
of sausage and hams and everything. They actually have a storefront that you can buy directly from them at close to B2B prices.
Well, it reminds me of there used to be a bread outlet store, or actually there used to be 2 or 3 bread outlet stores in town.
Mm-hmm.
And you could buy discount bread there. And these were, national brands and regional brands and all the honey buns you could ever want for 10 cents each.
There's still one, but they don't do as much of the discount anymore.
Right. But like for the longest time, Mom, like in the 80s and 90s, bought there. And even in the 2000s, I was still shopping there. And they had very nice prices. They also started carrying other things, which was cool. And at one point, they even started carrying eggs. I was like, where is this coming from? And they had them in the Coke cooler. But, which was like, does Coke know? And Coke was like, it's fine.
Coke, it turns out, is for the most part fine. You doing
as long as you don't put Pepsi products in their
Yeah.
cooler, and then in their like them fighting words. But so since it wasn't Pepsi eggs, it was fine.
Yeah, really. Like Coke is okay with anything but Pepsi.
Right? That's how Glory got a Coke cooler at her house for a long time.
Even though Pepsi's better.
I mean, that's
just my opinion, though.
Okay.
That's the Midwestern talking right there.
I'm not here to start a Coke Pepsi argument. I don't care. Everybody drink what you want to drink. I respect your choices. It's cool. Like,
Also, at the
Root
end of the day,
beer.
honestly,
I
I'd
know. I
rather
was just
drink
like,
RC
you know,
Cola.
Canada got me hooked on root beer. Anyway,
Root beer in Canada Dry.
it's so,
Yeah.
the root beer in Canada is so good. But, you know, just looking at what are your discount food resources in your area, you may also find either you're going to find lower price or you're going to find higher quality for the same price. But either way, I think you'll be happier. Eva has joined in on this. It's Mr.
So has Maggie.
And Team Pepsi, real sugar for the win. I'm happy everybody has sugar waters they like. That's what I think. It's sugar water. Do you realize the profit margin on this stuff? I'm happy everybody has this. Yes, I'm happy everybody has what they want. I love my juice and ice. Okay.
I love a good Canada Dry, sexy strong farmer.
Get your juice. Get your juice on.
I've been mixing them.
Oh, very nice. Good job. But yeah, like,
Is that a folktail?
oh, please don't encourage them. But I'm just saying, like, explore your local resources. You're probably not going to come up totally empty-handed. The discussion of sugar water continues. My sweet tea is my sugar. I mean, yeah. But
We actually have down here a semi-local Milo tea that actually has one literally labeled extra sweet tea.
yeah, so much sugar in there.
Like, this is some you can pour on your pancakes sweet tea.
Yeah, it is so sweet. It really reminds me of Mom's brown sugar syrup.
But you know what you can do with the extra sweet tea?
Pour it on pancakes.
No. Just get some lemon juice and a little bit of water, and
Cut
there's
the
your Arnold
sweetness.
Palmer.
Yeah. So that's all I wanted to do is encourage everybody to just, you know what, you could just put in your hometown into Google and then type in discount grocery. And put in your hometown and type in butcher shop or local butcher. See what you get. Same with like investigating. There is a pretty decent website that does, the CSAs, which are not the Confederate Society of America. It's the local farmers.
Cooperative.
Spence
says
says
meat markets
market.
also. But yeah, if it's what you're really looking for is a local company working in foodstuffs, because they are more likely to want to pass that savings on to you versus a corporation's only job, especially an interstate corporation, is to get profits. And if it's not making the money, there's no interest for them to do anything, let alone save other people money. But a local co-op, a local food producer and packager and everything, is they want to sell everything, and if they can't sell at the regular price, they'll sell at a discount, because then at least they will make some money from it. And so you are more likely to find better quality food at better prices from a locally owned and run company doing foods.
So here's the link that is one of the ways into the portal to see what food co-ops and CSAs are available in your area. I want to point out, I used to think, oh, well, I got to drive out to a farm every week if I join a co-op. No, you don't, because almost every one of the CSAs has multiple locations. Like, usually at grocery stores, like literally they'll meet in the parking lot on the far side of the grocery store, for this 4 hours on this day every week. And you just let them know that that's where you want to pick up your allotment, your share. And you just pick it up there. And they're used to, not everybody has easy transportation. So I've even talked to some of them in our area before about, Do you have anything in closer to me? Because your location, everybody's got a flex. But like your location is still like a 35-minute drive from my house and from my work. Do you have anything on this side of town? And like both CSAs we've signed up with in the past have been like, okay, let me poll the rest of my shareholders and see if we can get at least 3 or 4 other people to meet us there. It'll be worth it for us to, set up at the parking lot at some other place. And both ways, we've actually been able to get locations there, which actually made them more popular, and they got more people signing up. So, but again, you're getting locally grown. What?
You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't, but but I mean, it was cool. They got more sign up because that meant they could grow more food.
And also, they got more variety of food.
Yeah.
So
we got some weird stuff that I'm like, has anyone ever cooked a kohlrabi before? Because I've only ever seen pictures.
Or patty pan. What's it called? Patty pan squash?
No, I'd grown patty pan squash years before. It was, there was some weird stuff in there.
But I mean, but also they took requests of like, if you've always wanted to try this one, they're like, well, we'll see how they grow.
Yeah, there was the watermelon where I was like, have y'all ever grown watermelon? Because their strawberries were amazing. And I was like, have you ever grown watermelon? And they're like, we've talked about it and we've grown it like a small crop before, years before we started the CSA. But we could try it again. But we're probably going to just grow small watermelon because most of the people who have shares with us are small families or just couples. So they're not going to want big old rattlesnake watermelons that, weigh 10 to 20 pounds. And I'm like, why people like, yeah, like I can put away. Tom knows he watched me put away a 10-pound watermelon by myself.
You had to put so much effort into it, though.
My mother-in-law got a big watermelon and split it between our 2 households, and between me, Joe, and Anna, we'll have the bowl in the middle, and we'll just sit there and eat until we're sick.
Mm-hmm. And there's that 10-pound watermelon.
It's first come, first serve. If it's gone before you get to it, you're out of luck.
Right? But like we've also, through these CSAs, we bought a share of a cow before. And we were able to actually, one time we couldn't afford half a cow on our own. And that was the minimum you could order, you could reserve. However, we have
friends that would grow them or raise them, and so we would order off of our friends. So we get a quarter of a cow or half pig.
Was one time we went halvesies with a different family from the same church, and another time we went 1/4 with our next door neighbor who also had some other friends who were gonna. So we only got we got an 1/8 of a cow that time, but it was last minute. They were just like, "Hey, it's $30 to get an 1/8 of a cow. You want in?" And we were like, "Oh, we will eat beans and rice for a week if we have to." And $30 for an 1/8 of a cow? Like, what size cow is this? Like, is this a baby? Like, they're like, no, it's full-size steer. And I'm like, hell yeah. Turned out that was just for the meat, that it was still another $8 to have it processed. I'm like, I do not feel like I have been taken advantage. It's fine. $38 for an 1/8 of a steer? Yeah, I'll take that. And it was like truly a surprise thing. So again, I just want to point out, like, there are other options, particularly if you think ahead or you think about it instead of, oh, I'm so deprived. I'm never going to get to eat out again. I'm never going to get to have fun. I promise you, there are other ways to think about this that's going to help keep you moving forward and eating well. Because eating trash, you are going to feel like trash, and your health is going to go downhill. These are 2 things you do not need this world. Number 1, you do not deserve to feel like trash. There's only a few people in this world who deserve to feel like trash, and they are all in this one income bracket that only 700 people in America can be taxed at. So you're not it. You don't deserve to feel like trash. And I definitely don't want you to have your health go south because you don't deserve that in this apocalypse or any other. Again, unless you're that 700 people who can just go to hell. So, which they are not watching this. We are just too weird for those kind of people, which is great. So I want you to feel good. I want you to feel good about what you're eating. And if you do ever end up with a fruit or a vegetable or a slice of meat or a cut of meat that you're like, Glory, how do we cook this? I will be there to help you research and figure out how to eat it, because eventually we did figure out how to cook that kohlrabi and it was delicious. I made a raw German-ish salad. Like it was like a coleslaw, but with kohlrabi. And we found out we really like it. It's better with bacon. But anyway, I mean, everything's better with bacon grease. Like, so it was like sort of like this like coleslaw, but done like a German potato salad. It was wild, but it was delicious, y'all. So I just want to point out, like, there are other options, and you don't have to worry about transportation necessarily being the thing that's preventing you from eating better. First goal, research alternate places to acquire your food. Second goal, research mass transit to the location. Or contact them and see if they have drop-offs elsewhere. But like first goal is just find out what's available in your area. You don't know till you look. I like the discussion going on in the chat about the cost of watermelons and steers. How much is a quarter cow these days? About $1,000 for a full-grown steer. But grass-fed is closer to 1.3 thousand for a quarter. That's pricier than the grocery store. Yeah, like, so.
My dishwasher's done. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, down here it's cheaper than that, but that's in part because I gather land is cheaper, because land in Colorado is crazy expensive in part. And that's part of where the cost of the steer. Also, both times, the cows that we actually ended up getting turned out to be not full-grown steers. They were 2-year-olds, which apparently a lot of people think is like the perfect spot between as old as you can get it, but also as cheap to grow. Like, I don't know. I am sure Maggie would better be able to explain how this works.
But yeah, when we did it about 6, 7 years ago now, it ended up being about $3.50 a pound.
After the processor and everything.
Yeah. Which, was at the time a little much for ground meat.
It was $3.50 a pound for what we actually received.
Yeah.
We did not get all the bones and the skin, obviously, and all this. So they were definitely making some of their money back from the tannery and being able to send a lot of the other materials to other processors.
So, I mean, it does just depend on, like, also, how much beef are you eating, and do you have a freezer?
Mm-hmm. Do you have the facilities to house or preserve that meat for that long? And again, why a lot of people like to purchase shares of a cow with others, because they don't have the freezer space for all of that, even though it won't cover them for a whole year, but that's because they don't even have the freezer space to freeze all that meat for a whole year.
But I mean, but also, like, usually people had options of, just getting a quarter of a cow, which really wasn't bad. And then, averaging out to $3.50 a pound,
Which it did include the tenderloin. It did include the ribs. It was like the, nice cuts of meat, the shin. Like, there was a bunch of good stuff for little doggies, which was one of my concerns because we were the only one with a dog at the time. And so we also got everyone else's soup bones. So with the little doggy.
And liver.
Yeah, and we also got the liver for the widow doggy and also for the big lady. because always anemic. But it's one of those of it's something to look into. A bunch of the CSAs will have information if you are interested in purchasing a share of a cow or a share of a goat or even whole chickens or a share of a pig or ducks and other poultry. And usually most of these CSAs will grow turkeys for the holidays.
And usually it will be a better price than what you can get at the grocer.
Mm-hmm. Because, you're cutting out the middleman there. So it's something to look at. I also like it because I do have more information available to me about what these animals are being fed, how these animals are treated. Most of these locations welcome people if they want to come visit. They're like, just let us know when you're coming so we can have somebody to show you around. Also bring boots, because is it a farm without muck? I think not.
Also, it's a good way to budget for people who have what do you call them? Feast and famine budget situations throughout the year. Of just like I've now realized after 2 years in a row, I earn about 50% more in spring than most of the rest of the year. And summer is pretty much directly the opposite, where I will earn about 20 to 30% less than average the rest of the year. So these are all, essentially what does the Little Butcher Shop call it? Freezer stock up specials.
Oh, they have some great. Originally, Little Butcher Shop got me when I was in my early 20s was the freezer shop special. I bought the smallest deep freeze you could buy commercially, like at Walmart, at Sam's Club. I mean, it was what was it? It was like this little guy. It was like, I don't know. Maybe it was like a tiny little box, but it was like at waist high. So I guess it was like 3 or 3.5 cubic feet.
No, the smallest one was 4, so it's probably the 4 cubic foot.
So it was a 4 cubic foot. And I literally went to the Little Butcher Shop and I asked because they had the half-size freezer special, which was $80 back then. And it included, like 10 pounds of ground beef and 1 pound packets and all this sausage and a couple roasts and all this stuff. And I'm like, will it fit?
And a few steaks.
Yeah, it was a bunch of steaks too. And I was like, will it fit in a 4 cubic foot freezer? And they literally went and pulled it together because they had these in the freezer section. And they're like, okay, it will fit 2.5 feet by 2.5 feet by 2.5 feet. And I was like, okay, I'll buy it. That's it. That'll fit mine. And that's literally like the deep freeze was after tax was right at $200. And then $80 for the special. And that is how I initially spent my inheritance from my grandma. Was
I just found the deep freeze on Kijiji.
Was just paying for the smallest deep freeze available. It was definitely worth it, even if I had to use a little step stool to get to the bottom of it because I got these little T-Rex arms.
But I mean, to buy all that meat separate was more than double that price.
Oh, it was almost triple the price, and that was at the Little Butcher Shop, which was still cheaper meat than at Walmart.
So I mean, you're still saving a lot, but it is a plan ahead.
Ooh, let's make you big. What do we? Oh, look at that! That's a nice one. Nice.
$250.
Oh
Nice.
Wow, that's a really good price.
Yeah.
We moved and don't have room for it.
Yep. Maggie says one of the local goat dairies sells shares of goats to get around the extremely tight private dairy requirements. Exactly. We're both clicking things. So, as I said, it's something to think about. It may be that financially you can't quite get more food for the same amount of money, but you can at least improve the quality of the food for the same amount of money. Then that is still a good use of your budgeting time and know-how and effort if you can improve the quality of what you're eating, because that means your health will improve. If you are eating less processed foods, and what I mean by that is foods that are filled with preservatives, particularly things that you don't know how to pronounce. If you struggle to pronounce it, it's suspicious. It's suspicious. So And it's not like the end of the world. I don't want to get into like that clean eating thing, which is really just an eating disorder in disguise. I'm not trying to get into that, but like ideally, it would be nice to be able to eat less preservatives in general. We know human health does better the less preservatives, and so it's something to think about if you can't reduce the cost of the food you are already purchasing, can you improve the quality of the food that you are purchasing? Because that is still improving your budget and overall enriching your budget by eating more higher quality foods, such as cows that were petted regularly, goats that frolicked and ate grass, chickens that had opinions about which bugs it liked to eat. All of these things improve the quality of the food you're eating if you then consume. Ditto with local milk. Again, happy cows make happy milk. That part is true, it turns out. Happy cows when they're milked at night, their milk actually has a relaxing quality to it because of some of the hormones the cows produce. And so it can actually, local creameries milk tends to actually contain those relaxing hormones that help humans deal with their anxiety. I know it's wild, but so again, think about part of your budgeting is to improve the quality of the food you're consuming. And that is a worthwhile use of your time and energy.
I mean, as Spence pointed out.
Spence says having a full food storage system has a better return on your investment than a savings account. You know, Tom used to believe me. And then he saw how I just eat out of the pantry. Yeah. Years we've been eating out of the pantry, and we eat pretty decent most of the time. Eva says, low price, low time requirement to obtain, prep, and store. That's how I shop and eat. I mean, if that is what you need, that is definitely an important priority to your budgeting because you are worth the free time. You are worth having free time to do whatever you want to do in your free time as part of your stress relief and as part of you feeling like a fully actuated person.
And here's something to never forget.
If your budget system makes you feel worse overall, it's a bad budget system. I absolutely agree.
Because like
my budget system took me from, so I thought by not knowing I would have less anxiety. But when I ran out of everything and stuff was maxed, I was way more anxious.
Oh yeah, stressed.
And so having a budget gave me hope, and it also helped me dig out from under my pile of stuff. So like it has helped me pay off debt. It's helped me start to build up a savings. It has helped me to not be like up at night with a cramping stomach, just trying to not think about money. So it can be a weight off your shoulders. It will hurt when you first start, like ripping off a Band-Aid, trying to set it up can be a hassle, but then your stomach will relax. Your mind will start to be a little bit more at ease because you have a plan that you can see and you have goals for the future.
Yeah, budgets don't solve lack of income, but they do solve knowing what your future will look like and what you can do for yourself and keeping yourself sane and what's achievable.
It also helps you go through what is actually being charged to your cards. And you'll find all these things like, I thought I canceled that.
Also, not going through your bank account regularly will make you more likely to, what is it? What is that type of phishing thing? What is that, Tom?
Give me a hint.
You know, where they'll put they'll do a transaction under $10 to see if you catch it. And if not, then they'll move the next one is going to be under $50. And then before you know it, they're buying computers on the Champs-Elysees in your name. But
yeah, the way they actually run the card skimming
Card
scams
skimming. That's it. The skimming scam.
Mm.
is that they will then see essentially, are you watching your credit cards or your bank accounts?
Now they've changed it a little, and now they start with a transaction under $1, like 76 cents. And if you don't catch it, then it'll be one under $10. And then if you don't catch that, they'll then run one under $50, and then they'll run one under $300, and then before you know it, they're regularly pulling transactions under $300.
Because they're also trying to see like when things might pop up. Because like my bank will text me and hold any charges that I haven't bought from there before, and they'll just text me, you know, hey, did you purchase here, or is this a question? You know, say yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, most time, yes, that's me.
Some credit cards will just automatically like shut down your thing. Like I was sending money to Meadow when Jace was doing my developmental edits, and because I had never used sent money to PayPal, they were just like, this looks fraudulent.
Mm-hmm.
Like I got the text message and I was about to call them, and then I got, we've shut down your card. I went, no.
Yeah, Maggie says microphishing is where they charge a tiny amount every week or month and it becomes a recurring charge. Yes. So again, it is worth it to pursue these and to be up on what are the charges in your credit card or your bank account. I know it hurts, and I know it's boring, and it's not necessarily fun at all. I know it's a pain in the butt. I know. You're going to have to find a reason to do it. Like
also,
including financial solvency.
But also it's kind of like the whole Spoonie and executive function thing, of where if you don't do it regularly, yes, it is a real effort to do it. Versus like, I check mine on my phone at least once a week just to see where's my account. Do I have enough for this? You know, especially right now, when I'm about to fill up my gas tank. Do I have enough?
Mm-hmm.
Or do I need to put some more money in there? Again, like also having that separate bank account where I know I can always transfer money over, where I've got a reserve, means that I don't I'm not as upset to go look at my account. It's not if it's empty, it's empty. It's all right, if my charge account is empty, I can just transfer over more, but I need to just look and see. And then while I'm there, I'll check real quick, do any of these charges from the past week, do I recognize all these, or is there something I forgot, or what is that? I mean, I've been wondering for 2 years, and I only found out this year because my bank held it for that's a strange transaction, when Amazon Prime charges. And I found it's like, oh, there's the charge. I was like, where is this monthly charge? It's not monthly, it's just still once a year.
Mm-hmm.
This one?
One. I said, let me find.
It's 190.
What is that, a 7 cubic foot?
It's like 2 feet by 3 feet.
There it is, the Arctic King. It's a 5 cubic foot chest. Here, I will share screen. Although I will say the one that I got was white. This one is black, and that is the only difference.
But
this is the one. This is what I got, y'all.
And one of the nice things about...
Look at her. She's so cute. She was so good to me for so long. She even had that little dial at the bottom. Like, it was manual. It was not one of these nice digital guys. But, you know, as you see, it actually wasn't very expensive to run yearly costs. Like, it really, I didn't even know.
One of the nice things about those...
This is what I got. Only I got it in white. Look at her. She's so little, y'all. She holds so much. Look at that little baby.
Not a bad price either.
Yeah, as I said, the price has actually gone down from what I paid. I paid right after taxes, right at $200. and that was what I got. Like 20 years. Oh my God, how dare! It was literally 20 years ago. It was actually slightly more. It was right around 20 years ago. All right, it was 1998. So okay. Oh, it's almost 25 years. Rude. Anyway, that was the first deep freeze I ever bought. It was tiny. It fit in my tiny apartment. It was great. I never noticed it on the electricity bill.
Something like that to keep in the garage.
Yeah, it was really well insulated. When we lost power after a hurricane at the apartment I was living at, I went and stayed with friends who had electricity, like, I don't know, 200 miles away. When I came back, I was really expecting a mess. Most of this stuff was frozen solid about 4 days later, because I hadn't opened it after the power went out. So it was very well insulated. Granted, it was full, and apparently that is the secret to everything staying frozen in a deep freeze. Is it was chock-a-block full of frozen solid stuff. Because I had read that you get better energy efficiency if you don't have a full deep freeze. If you just use water bottles and water jugs and ice cream, plastic containers filled with water, and you freeze them solid, then it's more energy efficient. So the bottom was just a whole layer of frozen water, truthfully.
But yeah, so
yeah, that was my first one, and it was absolutely worth the money.
This is what I wanted to bring up.
Oh, let's see. Spence says, I want to get a standing one instead, but Noah said if we're going to start buying cows. Yeah, like...
So here's the problem.
I loved my standing one. That was the next one I got.
Problem with the standing one is that they have about the same efficiency as a regular fridge.
Yeah, they're not as efficient.
And so they're going to be about 3 to 4 times as expensive on the electricity.
Yeah.
Versus a chest freezer, because...
I had a really old standing one in the basement at my parents' house, and if you didn't close it just right,
yeah,
everything started to melt.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the standing ones are for convenience. If you are always opening and getting stuff out and you need to be able to access and see everything on all the shelves. But if you know how to use the organizer systems, the chest freezers are far and away more efficient and better on your budget. Like a few bucks in electricity versus, $50 a month in your electricity.
Now, the one we currently have, this is not exactly the one we have, because the one we have, a friend actually gave to me. It was on her father's back porch after her father died, and due to emotional reasons, she didn't want to go through it. She knew there was nothing of value in there. It was just like, old blueberries and stuff. But she was like, you could just have it, just take it away. You got a truck, take it away. So this is a 7 cubic foot one with 4 removable baskets, and that's exactly what we have in ours right now. It's 4 removable baskets, and with the movable baskets, which are removable, you really ours is a little different. See, those are all 4 on top versus the one we have. It's actually 2 layers of 2 on each side, and then there's a middle section, so we can really just be sliding these babies around and get to things. But again, it's so energy efficient, and it is definitely worth, we put it in the dining area, again, of our tiny, tiny apartment here. But absolutely worth it, again, for when people are like, I got a deal on a part of a cow you want in, because I can't find anybody willing to, buy that last bit. And because everybody says they don't have freezer space, and I'm like, I'll make freezer space. Because at the bottom of all of my deep freezes are always jugs of water until we need to, take that out to put food in there. Because, if you just have frozen meat that's been packaged up, that's good for a year in your freezer, in a deep freeze, because a deep freeze keeps it so much colder than the little freezer in your refrigerator.
See, Maggie. Yeah, it looks like everyone else pretty much has that 7 cubic foot, just like we have, that's pretty much a good family size.
It's a good family size. I highly recommend. But like if you are 1 or 2 people in an apartment, I highly recommend my 5 cubic foot freezer that I originally bought. 18 pounds of vanilla yogurt.
Is that part of the trash
I
bag?
think it's part of
Yes.
the payment in a Sacco yogurt.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, and turkeys at Turkey Day, they keep about a year, which I think we may still have a turkey or 2 in the freezer.
Yeah, it's like, well, we got 1 quarter turkey that's in
Right.
4 quarters. And then we
Okay.
got at least 1 whole turkey, possibly 2 whole turkeys.
And then
Plus
there
another
may
ham or
be
2.
a ham or 2 left in there.
Yeah.
So like, okay, so and the reason why we have whole turkeys and hams. Hold up, let me make it big.
All right,
Other
this
than-
one,
There you go. That's pretty much what it looks like. Yes.
$110.
Nice.
That would be perfect. Like that
looks really good.
looks perfect for you. Like
Yeah.
that's a great size for an
I
individual.
would be sure to talk if you're interested in that. Be sure to ask them to make sure it's plugged in and on. When you get there, you want to see that it can retain frozen things and keep them frozen. So you want to stick your hand in and feel the cold.
And
Because you don't
What-
want to haul that thing to your apartment and find out, oh, she barely cold.
I will say real quick though, so the deep freeze can sometimes develop funky smells, and it's sometimes
Like the
hard to,
one that we got from my
Yeah.
friend's, dead father.
and it wasn't like it was anything bad. It's just it's got some funky smells because it's
Well,
older.
it smelled like that powder people would put on their carpet and vacuum it up to make their carpet smell nice. Those room deodorizers that smelled very strong. You know what I'm talking about? It was like from Arm & Hammer, and it was stuff you'd sprinkle on the carpet, let it sit for 5 to 30 minutes, and then you vacuum it up. Y'all know? No idea?
Yeah,
You
no,
all
I'm
know?
trying to think of the name of it.
You know what I'm talking about.
Carpet
Yeah.
fresh.
Carpet fresh. Well, apparently her father at the time had 18 cats in the house. So he did not really vacuum it up. He just, every time they peed on the carpet, he'd. So there was this incredibly overwhelming smell of the carpet deodorizer in the deep freeze. She was like, you're going to need to trash everything in there and haul it away. And I was like, challenge accepted.
So here is the trick
So this
for
is
deep
how we
freezes and smells.
salted and retained. What was it? It was like 5 gallons of high bush blueberries that were in the bottom of the freezer. Because yes, the blueberries did taste of room deodorizer. So how did we deodorize the deodor? Fruit?
You'll love this one. It works though.
It really worked, y'all, and it's kind of ironic.
So yes, one, you do need to just go buy a $1 Arm & Hammer baking soda box that has the little side things. But here's the other part that makes it much more effective.
This is a librarian trick.
Go put in a tray some kitty litter.
Like pure kitty litter, no scent.
Yeah, no scent kitty
You
litter.
want the cheapest kitty litter you can find at the Dollar General. Okay, and this is an old librarian trick. And this is, you get the cheapest unscented kitty litter you can find. Okay?
Or if you can find it, the crystal kitty litter, the blue stuff.
But no scent. You can't,
Yeah.
the scent ruins it. You need absolutely unscented. And so smell the box and make sure the box actually is unscented. Because they'll absorb the scents of other scented kitty litters that they store next to it. So you got to get the unscented stuff. And you put it like in a container. We put it in an old ramen container. Like, because you can get the plastic ramen containers. And I literally put tulle and I taped the tulle at the bottom. So it's just a box of kitty litter with tulle on top. I did this so that we could also put things around it and not worry about the kitty litter falling and tipping over. Because you do not want kitty litter to mix with food. That real bad. But this is a librarian trick because if you get books that have a funky smell, like again, someone had cats, someone had bats, true story. Somebody used a lot of perfumes in their, candles and things. And so they're on their books, they've donated to a library and their books have this very strong, overwhelming scent. Yes, thank you. A lot of smokers. This is a librarian trick is you actually lay the book open. Well, actually, first what you do is you put it in a plastic tote, one of those big clear plastic totes. and you put down newspaper, and then you put unscented kitty litter, and then you put another layer of newspaper, and then you lay the book open on top of that newspaper, and then you do another layer of newspaper, of just black and white newspaper. You can't use color because color can transfer. But a black and white newspaper, and then again, you pour the kitty litter and another layer of newspaper. You close the lid and you leave it for a minimum of 30 days, and all the smell disappears, including the smoker's smell, the room deodorizer smell, the cologne Chanel No. 5 will disappear. It is magic. Why did I get a French ad for Wix when I first clicked in this video? I don't speak French either.
I get them sometimes, but that's because I'm in Canada.
Yeah, I kind of assume Canada. So that is the trick. And so that is what we did for deodorizing the deep freeze.
That's all it took.
It literally took 7 days, and it deodorized the blueberries too in there. They no longer tasted of room deodorizer.
And, you know, I only have to, and I change it out like every 2 to 3 years. Like it's not that often. But if I start to notice any odd smell, which is about every 3 years or so, it's like, yeah, let me go change it out. And that's how you keep the odors down in deep freezes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it doesn't take much, but it does. But it's good to know just in case.
Also, having unscented kitty litter can be really useful if to keep in your trunk in case you end up getting your car stuck in mud. Or if you're up north, snow slush, you can use the kitty litter. So there's a lot of uses for the world's cheapest kitty litter. But as always, I like to caveat, please don't use it for cats because it gives them respiratory diseases. That cheap kitty litter actually gets in their lungs.
Clay dust.
Yeah, and it settles in their lungs, and they'll develop COPD for cats and other diseases, other respiratory diseases. Because apparently cats actually don't have super strong lungs. They're delicate. Don't tell them; they'll be mad. We'll keep it a secret among us humans. We don't have to let them know.
That's why the one time I bought store brand litter because I was short on cash, the cat, our one cat didn't like the other cat, and she stayed in my room, and she pawed at it, sniffed it, and then looked at me as she peed next to the box. So I'm like, Mom, can I borrow some money?
Yeah, versus like, I kept making blends to try to find just the right qualities I like. And in the end, what I found I really like is a blend for kitty litter. I like a blend of pine and newspaper. As far as...
And a little bit of those crystals, a little bit of those absorbing crystals. Because it really does help with scent absorption of the urine and poop smell without it getting into their lungs. But yeah, that is how we deodorize deep freezers.
Look, he's got his shirt on. He must know she was on the computer.
He sure did, Joe. But yeah, like in case anybody needed to deodorize things, just a container covered in tulle or some other mesh fabric, like in
a pinch, just some paper towel.
Yeah, you can use paper towel. We have done that in a pinch, and we just tape it or use a rubber band. And you can honestly just leave that actually like in a room in your house, and it'll absorb any odors that you don't really care for. Just in case anybody needed that.
But yeah, if you can afford one, a small deep freeze is a good way to start handling your budget, because whenever you see deals.
Yeah, because so that was what we were talking about. So the reason why we have multiple turkeys and hams, whole turkeys and whole hams in our freezer, is because Tom found deals. What was the turkey? The turkey I think was like 30 cents a pound. Was it?
Yeah, it's like 30 or 40 cents a pound for the turkey at the time.
The turkey was, I think, or else was the ham 30 cents a pound? The turkey was 40 cents. They were both very low. Like, honestly, ham for 30 or 40 cents a pound, spiral cut ham, you better believe we bought it.
Well, I think the spiral cut ham may have been like 80 cents or $1 a pound.
It was still a really good price. So So Tom got 4. And the same thing happened with the turkeys. Were like 30 or 40 cents a pound. Tom got 4. But all we did was take out the last couple jugs of frozen water at the bottom of the freezer, and he replaced it with turkeys and hams, y'all.
And they're good for a year because they are kept rock solid.
Yeah. So it is a way to save money, but also increase the quality of what you're eating. Because, y'all, it's a whole turkey. It's got salt water in it, but that's about it. Salt, sugar, water.
Oh, and also we've got like 3 or 4 chuck roasts. Because again, I found it for like $2 a pound or less, or maybe it was $1.50 a pound.
Yeah, that's right. I remember there was a chuck roast at $1.50, and you know how much I love smoked chuck roast.
And so I was like, here, let me get a few of those while I got it. And because the deep freeze, we got the space. Like that is the only problem with smaller fridge freezers is it's hard to store up much. But that is large, expensive items I don't have to spend as much on when I want it.
Mm-hmm. And also, again, where I talk about eating out of the pantry, the deep freeze is part of my pantry system. But it is a great way to essentially have, quote unquote, fresh meat. No, it's frozen, but you know what I'm saying. Like it's fresh. It's not preserved meat. Mm-hmm. To have a large store of fresh meat. So when we're really having to eat out of the pantry because we just have no money to spend on food in a particular month, we don't feel deprived because there are literal, oh, well, gosh, we're going to have Christmas again. Because there's whole cornbread down there and there's whole turkeys and whole hams. And there's all this other, delicious food down there that we only dip into when we don't have the money to buy food that month. So the punishment of financial, wibbly wobbliness is we have to eat Christmas feast. Oh no, y'all. Christmas in July in this apocalypse? Yes, honey. Yes, or Tom, cut up a turkey and smoke it. That's what we'll have this month. And we'll just slowly eat, a 20-pound turkey that Tom cut up and smoked. And, we then steamed parts and we shredded parts and we roasted parts and then rebagged them. And yeah, some of it gets refrozen after it's cooked, which is totally fine and safe.
Yeah.
And then we have more meat to pull from for various recipes. So that's also how we save money, but also how we eat when the finances are kind of unstable because of the nature of our work and our side hustles. Because we don't make regular pay. It's kind of seasonal. And that's why when things are really rough, we have to eat out of the pantry and eat Christmas again. Oh no, so sad.
But also one of the tricks about having a deep freeze is recognizing that you can freeze something raw, you can cook it, and then you can freeze it again, and you've got a new set of time.
Mm-hmm. It resets the clock.
Now, freezing something raw, defrosting it, freezing again, you do risk freezer burn, and that can be a problem.
Also, you do risk a bit more of a bacterial concern. The CDC and the USDA recommend against it.
But if you cook it, then you got a second entire set
then
of time.
the clock starts again. So then it's good for another 3 months cooked in the freezer. So again, like now it becomes part of the rotating pantry food because we like to say, for instance, cook a bunch of chicken, shred it, and then we've got shredded chicken breasts and shredded chicken thighs in the freezer that we can just throw into various recipes and that also saves us time.
Also, sometimes when we have energy, it's let's make stuff ahead. So like, Gloria has been getting on to me of like, just make a whole lot of pancakes. We're just make them all, then we'll freeze them, and then whenever we need it, we got pancakes. I mean, bread products, again, something else that you can freeze and keep for months up to somewhere between 6 and 9 months is what I've seen.
Well, because you can throw like packs of pancakes, cooked pancakes, in the microwave or the toaster oven, depending on if you want them crispy or you just want them hot. And you've got breakfast, but also, do you know how much they charge for the frozen pancakes? Even at Walmart, they're rather expensive for what you're getting, and it's got more chemicals in it, which I am not thrilled about. So I have more control over what's in the pancakes. I know what's in my pancakes. I'm the one dictating what the taste is. So maybe I want banana pancakes or blueberry pancakes, and I know, where these bananas and these blueberries are from. But also, like, it is less money, and you can do it yourself, like, if that's something you're good at. Or you can just bake your pancakes in those sheet pans like they do on Tasty. And then you just cut them up, bag them up. You got pancakes. More like a pancake slab, but you know what? It still tastes like bacon. It's delicious.
So most of my Tupperware is like I've rinsed out a takeout container.
Right.
Mhm.
So they're dying. So I need to replace them.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys recommend glass or like BPA plastic? BPA free plastic?
If you like, there are plenty of glass that are freezer safe.
Mm-hmm.
And if that is something you like, that's definitely a worthwhile use. You're more than likely, unless you're klutzy like me, your glass will last decades.
But if
don't
you are-
use chipped glass with food. Like, you can still use it like for your plants or for your cups, for pens, but don't put food in chipped glass because it's dangerous.
But
Wait,
if
what?
you need containers, BPA free works great.
Like, honestly, what we do is we buy food safe.
Like glass containers.
Yes, but like, they can still chip.
Okay.
Like, all glass can chip. It's just the nature of glass. And it is more likely to chip when it's frozen than room temperature, just because of the nature of glass. Not that, like, I'm trying to say anything negative about glass. I'm not.
But the same goes actually for plastic. Make sure it says freezer and microwave safe.
Mm-hmm.
Because we did
Not
have
all
that
glass
with
is
one.
freezer and microwave safe, and not all
It
plastic.
says microwave, oven, freezer, and dishwasher.
Good.
Nice.
Yeah. So, but like, honestly, what we do, because we have ADHD, and I'm not pointing fingers. There is no Fink who is good at keeping track of lids that belong with bottoms.
Right.
It's just something I've come to accept about my family. I'm not good at it. Tom's not good at it. Our mother was notorious. Our father was also not good at it, no matter how much he tried. And so we just purchased the takeout containers. You can buy them on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
You can buy... All right. People will look at you funny if you get the 4-ounce ones, because they're always specimen cups. They're like, hold up, this is a specimen cup. Have I put cinnamon honey butter that I made at home in these 4-ounce containers with homemade, and then also packaged it with a loaf of homemade bread, and given it to my doctor? And she's like, is this a specimen cup? I'm like, yeah. It's freezer, microwave safe. What do you want? Like, but it was at a good price, yeah.
I have so much actual Tupperware because Bestie's mom is a Tupperware lady.
Mm-hmm.
And so for my wedding, she like dug through everything that she had in her house that was green. Because she always kept a stockpile of stuff for like parties and stuff.
I say, for me, it is not as much what container do you work for. Just find containers that work for you. Whatever is the size you tend to work in, that's great. But try to see if you can find ones that have the same lids. So, like, not so much the 4-ounce or even the 8-ounce, but they do make 12 through 32-ounce bowl, plastic ones that all use the same lid, and those work great.
Mm-hmm.
The reason we like the takeout containers is they all use the same lid, so you don't have to worry about losing track of them.
Well, yes, we have purchased these before. It's literally saying it, because this is not in my real Amazon account.
Like, the only problem I have with the 4-ounce lids is that they only go to the 4-ounce ones.
But like all of these kind of like, I love the 12-ounce ones. Gosh, they're great. Well, yes, I have purchased these before 4 times. Thanks, Amazon. No privacy here. Anyway, it's totally fine. But we like them because we don't have to keep trying to find different brands' lids. All of them fit all the others.
Yeah.
And it just made our life easier because I just had to come to accept that my family can never keep these lids married to their bottoms. It's just not, it's not something. And
if we do keep them married, then invariably there's moisture in there, and by the time we open it, something's growing.
And then you don't want to deal with it, and it's just easier to just throw it away. You know what? Life is too short.
Also, they stack a lot better.
Yeah.
Like, that's the other part. Is
that is what we liked about these, is they'll stack in the deep freeze.
So these ones come in 2 sizes, so it's the same lid for the big and the same lid for the small.
Nice.
And these ones don't have import fees into Canada.
Very nice.
Even better.
So, like, that is, like, what we had to figure out was, like, we're just no good at this, and we needed sizes that would just fit.
We don't have as many opinions about glass versus plastic. Other than once the plastic starts chipping or peeling, just toss it. Like, that's the nice part about being low cost.
Yeah.
When plastic,
it's also nice that glass doesn't get the staining from spaghetti sauce.
Yes.
Now your lids can stain.
Right.
So before you use a tomato sauce, you may want to try spraying it, the lid with
or
like
just do plastic wrap and lid.
Or put plastic wrap down and then click it. It's just something to like just kind of be aware of, or just like accept, hey, what, my lids, they're all pink. It's fine.
Yeah.
Or if you've got the money now, the answer is silicone. You can get silicone storage stuff for everything, and that stuff you really can. It'll get hot or cold. It's fine. It survives
You're talking about
everything.
silicone, or are you talking about silica? These are 2 different things.
Silicone.
Oh.
Silicone?
Yes.
Because silica is what is in all the bottles.
Yeah, Glory.
Well, you kept saying silica even when you were meaning silicone, and I'm like, why do you keep saying
I don't think it will let you buy a silica container.
I don't know. It's called sand. Is that
that's not a container.
That all these glass containers are? Silica?
These silica ones are a little more expensive.
But yeah, just whatever you find, though, find one where the lids will all fit each other.
Yeah.
Or at least as much as possible. I mean, sometimes like certain sizes just may not be interchangeable, and that's okay. It's just be aware of it.
You know, especially as someone who's gone through so many lids for pans of like, where's the lid that will fit this pan?
When I was a girl, my father, every summer when I was out of school for the summer, at some point he would say, "You don't want to go outside, do you?" I'm like, "No, it's hot." He's like, "Great. You're going to stay inside with me in the kitchen. And we're going to marry all the lids to all the bottoms." And that's literally what we'd do all day, sitting on the floor. Every container has to have a matching lid to its bottom, or out it goes. I'm so tired of marrying socks. I'm so tired of marrying food storage containers.
Why are taxes so expensive?
Ridiculous.
Because they don't want to tax the rich.
$8 on taxes.
Because they're not taxing the rich. That's why it's so expensive. So the poor have to pay.
$8 in taxes for a set of Tupperware.
Good Lord.
So I guess that's it. Yeah, we're here at Final Thoughts.
Yeah.
Anybody got final thoughts?
We should definitely do that Discord.
Okay, we can set up a Discord whole section. I think we probably should set up a whole Discord section, not just like one channel for budget stuff, because it sounded like both having like a voice chat as well as like various budgeting channels in there to also have like different posts about different stuff about it is what it sounded like.
Some place to go help.
So what we will do is after the show today, before I start playing Don't Starve, I will literally dictate it. I will set it up because I will not remember. without hand holding. But we will definitely be setting that up today.
I'll hold your hand.
Thank you. Did anybody have any other final thoughts?
Do it.
Do it.
Be kind. Find someone who will also be kind with you about your budget and your sanity. And don't listen to those stupid articles. They lie. They have ulterior motives. They are actually evil.
They like to blame the latest generation for the fall of certain
Yes.
markets.
And also just
including mayonnaise.
I can't.
What?
Oh yeah.
The diamond industry, the mayonnaise industry, the
The
cars.
diamond industry was always right to go under. It was BS to begin with.
Yes. I agree. I think I'm not trying to talk anybody out of budgeting, and I realize that what I'm about to say is probably but here it is. No matter your age, expect to fall off your budget from time to time. It's not about, I didn't fall off and then now I fell off, and it's about how keep getting back up. It matters more that it took you so long to get back on the wagon. So don't worry about every time you fall off the wagon. Okay, that's okay. Everybody falls off the wagon. But you got to get back up, brush yourself off, and jump back on that wagon anytime you realize you've fallen off.
Even your parents fell off the budget wagon, several times.
Yes.
No matter what they've told you.
Yeah.
I promise.
No matter how rich they are, they have fallen off the budget wagon.
They own a house, dang it.
No matter how financially stable they seem now, I promise you, they have fallen off the wagon more than once, even if they don't remember anymore. They have fallen off. It's about getting back on the wagon anytime you realize you've fallen off the wagon, even though you know full well your life is still a little too chaotic to really be fully following your budget. Even partially following your budget is better than not following it at all. So, and if the budget is not working for you, you need to figure out what you need to change about your budget so it does work for you. It may be that it's too austere and that you need a few more happies and treats. Or it may be that it's just not a good system for you and you need a different system. Do some research, read other stuff about other people's, or just talk to people you know whose brain seems to be kind of like yours. And maybe you'll get some ideas for how, a different kind of budgeting. But, just do not expect that the first or second or third time you start following a budget will be the final time and you will have an uninterrupted budget for the rest of your life. No.
I've been on a budget and I've made great progress and I paid off a credit card and then I fell off the wagon and back up.
And if you're neurodivergent, it's going to be even more tricky.
Yes.
So find someone who understands.
Yep. Look for support. Look for friends who actually support you in staying on your budget. For friends who are not always trying to talk you out of following your budget. Of but come on, we're going to go see Rihanna. Just put it on your credit card. Look.
Going out for drinks every single weekend.
Those friends may not necessarily have your best interests at heart if they're all the time trying to talk you out of following your budget, and they're never trying to help support you in staying on your budget. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity to see Rihanna backstage. Okay. Yes, but if their other behavior is not trying to help you stay on your budget, then it's something to really think about are you spending time with people who are contributing to your budgeting struggles? It's something to at least think about and be aware of. There may be some friends you just never discuss your budget with because they're going to talk you out of following. Because you are worth financial stability. At least as much financial stability as anybody can get in this wild ride of a century.
Or friends, or in my case, boyfriend, who knew I was saving for things. And then when we would go out on a date night, oh, oops, I forgot my wallet. Can you cover tonight?
More than once? Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's okay. You stay here and I will go drive to your house. Give me your keys and I will go get your wallet.
Nice.
Oh, but you're so shaming me. You're really not helping this relationship either. Yeah. Of like, yeah, it may not be friends. It could be.
And then I married somebody who is obsessive compulsive about the budget to the point of annoyance, but it's helping.
Right? Yeah. Because again, you're worth financial stability. You're absolutely worth feeling good about your own finances and that you're the one who is playing an active role in contributing to your like financial happiness. But also remember, financial hoarding is not good. The universe demands flow. It's just more about spending wisely and spending on the things that matter most to you, whether that's experiences or having a house that you always come home to and it's yours. Like you know, whatever it is that matters most to you, that's valid. And you are worth the effort and the trouble, and you are definitely worth the support. So just keep that in mind that, yeah, you're going to fall off this wagon so many damn times. You would not believe how many times I've fallen off the budget wagon in my life. And yet I do not regret the life I've lived. I just regret that I spent too much time with people who were not supportive of my hopes and dreams. That is actually my like real one regret over the things I had control over. Most of the things I sort of regret I didn't actually have control over, like my whole childhood. But the things about spending time, even after I kind of started realizing some of the people I was spending time with were not supportive of me, I wish I had just cut bait. I wish I had just cut and left and moved on and just trashed my life at that point, because often these were people I was sharing a lease with. But that the deeper I got in with these folks, it never got better. So that was actually more contributing to my budgeting woes than anything, was the people I was surrounding myself with. And that was my lesson to learn. I don't know what y'all's lessons to learn will be, but know that we are all here to support each other.
Like Spence's good friends.
Spence says, my friends are more like, want to go get food? Nah, I'm broke. Bitch, did I ask if you had money? I got money for both of us. Let's go get food.
Awesome.
And that, yeah, like now the friends I have, I'm surrounded by, are appreciative of all the food I make, and they understand I can't invite them to restaurants because I don't have that kind of money. But hey, we smoked a turkey. You want some? Or hey, I baked a whole cake. You want some? And it's like, yes, like I would leave it in the smoker. You pick it up when you want, you know. Of like now they understand, and that like that is now I've surrounded myself with the people who appreciate what I can do and what I want to share. And it feels so amazing. And I really do feel that their appreciation and support of me, it reflects in me. And so I see that when I look in the mirror, and I like who I see now. And I think you will too. The more you live out the life you really want, the more you will really like the person you see in the mirror.
And your self-worth is not tied to your bank account.
Oh no, you could just be stone cold broke, living under a bridge like I was, and still be a really good person who maybe just cries spontaneously a whole lot at the time. But you know what? Still, it was nobody I actually told what was happening thought I was a bad person for my financial struggles, including like having my card stolen and the bank refusing to hot card my card, and so my bank account got emptied and all this, and the bank even refusing to close my account when I went, like, what the hell? And nobody I actually confessed this to thought I was a terrible person, but I felt like I was a terrible person for not being able to have control over my own financials. So it was a real eye-opener for me in the hardest, most painful way. I hope none of y'all will ever have to go through that, and that you will instead do the wise thing and benefit from my story. So anyhow, if everybody's good, let's look at next week. As soon as I... is it? Where is it? There it is. Ah! If because the hits keep coming and they don't stop coming. Next week, July 18th, Grief and the Many Ways We Grieve. And the title, our working title so far is This Isn't the Darkest Timeline and It Still Sucks. Tom, would you like to give your pitch?
So I wanted to talk about why we grieve, why we have these, why we're upset. And it's often not what we think it is. Like grief is being upset about futures disappearing we had planned on, we didn't even realize. And that's what getting over them is. Grief is not about that someone's not there in your life, it's that they won't be there in the future. And so I wanted to talk about some of these hard to deal with emotions, and that we're definitely now all dealing with more, and how to function through them better. Because we're definitely all dealing with it a great deal more commonly now than we were just a few years ago. But like I've noticed, like a lot of emotions are, we think we know what they're for and why we're experiencing them, and often the common knowledge is not what actually pans out. Same thing as, we were talking a few weeks ago about why do you cry? And it's your body's quickest way of getting rid of excess cortisol. It means you're stressed. It doesn't matter what kind of stress it is, it just means your body's stressed, and it's just trying to get rid of that. It doesn't mean any kind of personal moral judgment about you. The same for grief. Grief is not a moral judgment. Grief is, again, your brain trying to comprehend and deal with, but the predicted future no longer matches my actual future. How do I get around this then? And, I wanted to talk about that and coping. And, essentially, again, forgiving yourself and making yourself saner. How do we live for sanity instead of insanity as we currently seem to keep doing with? Limiting how much negative news and negativity you deal with on a regular basis. There's nothing wrong with, I read the news for 2 minutes, that's it for today. Unless it is something directly affecting me, I'm not reading any more news because I'm full up. I got enough other stuff in my life. I cannot be of help to others if I deal with the stress of just the news of the world. So I want to talk about, in general, actually just, taking care of your own mental health. Because it definitely has gotten harder in the last decade. And we'll also sort of, bring up all the stuff we've talked about in this past season of meditation, mental hygiene, self-care, also this budgeting of you got to treat yourself. Sometimes you really do have to go out and buy yourself a game, or buy yourself a Coke, or a Pepsi, or a Canada Dry. Bold, honey. And that is not I'm no longer being an adult, I'm being a kid again. No, that is part of being an adult. Being an adult is knowing when you need to get yourself a drink.
Yep. Or a nap.
Or a nap.
Or a cry. Like, it doesn't mean you're not adulting if you're like, I'm going to have a big old weep right now. It means you are a grown-up.
Yeah.
Because you're taking care of your body, your mind, your health. You're taking care of what you need. That's what adults do. Versus children just sort of kind of explode anywhere they are and they don't know why and they feel out of control. Versus You can like go, oh, okay, I feel the need to cry. I'm going to cry now and not. And it doesn't mean you're being a big baby. It means you're actually being a grown up. That's a good thing. Or whatever. Or it's like, I'm going to be a little perrito today. I shall wrap up, wear my little cat ears, and watch my shows. That is, again, being an adult. It makes me so sad when people think that's being childish. It's like, no, what do you mean? Have you ever seen children? They do not. They just sort of intuitively just exist, and they don't even know why they do the things. Why didn't you just squat here and take a poop right here in the living room? They're like, that is a difference versus adults. Like, because I knew I wasn't going to make it to the toilet. That is the difference between a child and an adult.
Aren't you glad I at least grabbed the trash can?
Right? Aren't you glad that, like, I grabbed the newspaper and put it underneath me?
All those pictures you see of parents, like, of the kid sobbing, and it's like, why are you crying? Because I gave her the treat she wanted.
Mm-hmm. Right? Like, that is a child. Children they don't know why they do what they do. They have no idea why they feel this way.
Like
today, there's Spence.
They hated it that the banana is yellow. Like, what color is it supposed to be?
Right. Anna was... Joe went to pick up Anna from daycare, and she was fine. She was happy. He says, okay, time to get out of the car, and she just lost it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That is a child thing. Children are just intuitive little creatures. They're just doing whatever feels in that moment. That's fine.
Versus Spence knew
adults,
what she needed. And so it was like, after she, warned hubby, it was rolled over, got comfortable, started weeping.
That's an adult thing. That is an adult thing. You're doing great. You're doing exactly
better,
what adults do.
Fell asleep.
Right.
I mean, and I understand there are many people who may watch this that this does not apply for. But for me, I know this is okay. And that is sometimes I know I am stressed. My brain is on some bad cycles. And it's, you know what? It's time for a little bit of alcohol. Because I know it will relax me and stop the speed of my brain cycling. And I know my brain is not endangered by taking alcohol. It has specific effects, so I'm not worried. I know there are several people, even, that we talk to regularly, that their brains do not function the same way, and so they should not be on alcohol. It is not a safe situation for them. But for those it is, alcohol is also a good relaxer to get your body to do something when you can't just force it. You need it. Like, I need to relax. I know alcohol will have this function. Yeah. I have no plans of driving anywhere.
Just having a glass of wine or a cocktail and just go relax. Do you know how many doctors have had prescribed this to me? 8.
Literally prescribed it.
Literally wrote it on prescription pads. It was like, here. Or not actual prescription pad. It was like a notepad.
Show this to any of your church people if you have to.
Literally have had 8 different medical doctors prescribe having a glass of wine or a beer or a cocktail and watch the sunset or sit quietly or just go do something you want to do and have a glass of wine, boy. You need this. It is okay to do what you need to do to take care of your needs. Being an adult is not being perfect. Being an adult is taking care of yourself and the people around you who need caring for.
I mean,
that includes your own needs. Remember, when the cabin has lost pressure, oxygen masks will drop from the ceiling. And what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to immediately start putting masks on other people? No. You know why? There's a reason. Because you don't have oxygen and you're going to pass out before you can get the oxygen on your face. And they might not have the oxygen working on their face yet first, so they can't help you. That's why you got to put the oxygen mask on your face first and then check it to make sure it is tight. Then, only then, after you are receiving oxygen, may you then help other people who may need help getting their oxygen mask working. Okay?
And also, that is why I have a supply of tobacco products as well. that, again, are relaxing for us. And it's not something we do very commonly because it's usually just when we're out driving. Like, we don't really,
or when we would go to the mahogany bar.
We don't smoke in our own house.
No. But like, we'd go out to go sit in outdoor dining area and hang out and maybe have or share a cigar. It just depended. This was a while ago. Well before the pandemic.
But again, it was another way we knew to help ourselves relax and gain the most from this timeout relaxing period we were giving ourselves. And so, yeah, that's what I want to talk about, is essentially adulting emotionally. And to me, the main one I see right now is grief, is the one everyone's having the hardest time processing and figuring out how to get through and handle and deal with. Because there's a lot more of it to go around than usual.
Well, I mean, everybody's lifestyle's been interrupted by this plague, and there's not really much hope in sight that it'll ever go back to how it used to be. So having to grieve the lifestyle you'll never get to live again. Tom, you still with us?
Give me a minute.
Just stub yourself. Did you get that knee?
No, more of I think I strained a muscle.
Oh dear. Do I need to go over there?
I bent the wrong way.
Oh no. Other problems with adulting. Bending the wrong way. The body, it is not what she used to be.
I know I lashed out on social media because right before Christmas, my mother-in-law had COVID. Fortunately, she was asymptomatic, but we had to delay our plans with them.
Right.
And there was like a big surge around here around the holidays. And I went on Facebook and I was just like, F you who deny this is a problem. You're the cause of this. This is why this hasn't ended yet.
Mm-hmm.
Go stab yourself with a spork. Like, I was mad. I said stuff that I never usually say.
But again, that's when you're
that's
overwhelmed.
part of the grief. Anger is definitely a symptom of grief. So it's helpful to kind of have an idea of, well, what is grief and how do you grieve? And what is the thing they say in IT? You either plan the maintenance or the maintenance plans itself.
Well, you either plan maintenance for your machines or the machines will plan maintenance for themselves.
Right.
And the same goes for your body.
I feel like grief is kind of like that. You can plan the grief, the grief will show up whenever it wants to. I can honestly say that's true. Or you can try.
That's part of why I cried watching the end of Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Yeah, but you can try to plan out certain times where you express your grief, and at least it seems to kind of take the pressure off the top, so that you just don't have outbursts. Versus, did I cry on the way to my first day of work as an interlibrary loan librarian, which was like sort of a sideways promotion, really? Why, yes, I did, because my mother was not here to see me in a job that I knew for a fact she would have been so proud of me. Did I cry about 4 months later because I was trying on bras and my mother was not there to fix my bras, because the best person in the world to actually adjust the straps on my bras has always been my mother, and she was not there, and Tom is no substitute, and none of my other friends are available to adjust my bra straps for me. Yes, you better believe I just sat there at Cole's dressing room, just wet, just like told Tom, go away, sit in the car, it'll be a while. Like, wept. If 2 different times sales ladies came in like, hi, can I help you? I'm like, I'm fine. I just miss my mom. And they're like, okay. Second time, lady's like, hey, I don't mean to, stress you out. I just want you to know we're going to close in about a half hour. And I'm like, can you come in here and adjust these bra straps? She's like, I'll be happy to help. And as she's like, you okay? And I'm like, my mom used to adjust it. She was perfect at it. And I know it's ridiculous to cry about it, but it's just something that, like, no one else does as well. And, like, no offense to you, ma'am. You did a fine job, but it still, she always knew exactly how to adjust them. And I just miss her. And she was like, my mom died my senior year of high school. I actually really do understand what you're talking about. And it's just, you either plan the grief or the grief will just show up. But if you know the grief is coming like that, of like, Tom, go sit in the car. It's going to be a while. And it still obviously makes me tear up because nobody knew my body like my mom. You know? People leave holes in your life. Grief is about the holes left in your life. Everybody now has to grieve the hole left in our lives from the lifestyle we'll never get to live again. You know, where we freely go to theaters and not worry about catching death. Where we freely go to restaurants and gyms and churches and not worry about catching death. Or worse, long COVID, which is like a maiming. We all have to grieve this, as well as the loss of people who have caught it and caught death, but also who just, disappear for all sorts of reasons. Every life is filled with loss. And it's one of the things that nobody teaches. Hardly anybody's parents teach it. Schools don't teach it. How you cope with loss. So, and then to be neurodivergent and coping with loss, it means that some of the ways neurotypical people cope with loss won't necessarily work very well for neurodivergent folks because our brains are just different. So that is what we want to talk about how do you walk that path and still live the life you want to live. At least as much as you can live it. It's a little complicated, particularly when you're neurodivergent. So that's why we thought it was worth talking about.
So have tissues on hand.
Have tissues. Get ready for catharsis, because we're bringing a whole bucket load. And we will see you next week. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Finding the button.